Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night and reaction night. Let's go. You could understand out the door. All right, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. Again, I'm your host, Cooley. Let's have a good open panel debate night tonight, and we're going to react to some clips. So currently we have a few clips to react to. We're going to react to the post-debate and the backlash from the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate. So we're going to react to a little bit of that. Then we're going to go ahead and react to some clips that the members sent me as well, because I haven't did those in a while, man. I know the members, you guys are always supporting. So you're like, Cooley, I always send you clips, man. I want your reaction. So we got like 2 clips to react to from the members. We're going to react to a little bit of the Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens debate, post-debate chaos. And then we're going to open the panel up for open panel debate night via TikTok and everything like that and have some of those crazy TikTok debates. So we got a book schedule tonight, ladies and gents. First and foremost, let's get to the usual schedule programming. We got a few links in the YouTube description. The first link is going to be for the members. Shouts out to Ike for President. He joined the membership at the gang tier. I appreciate that, man. Shouts out to you.
No Fugazee.
We also have, who else became a member? I think that was it right now. But yeah, if you want to become a member, click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube. First link that's pinned in the YouTube description. We got 3 tiers. Then the other links are going to be for all of the social media platforms. If you want to go ahead and give us a follow on X, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, go ahead and do that if you're already not following us. So we got a good show tonight, man. We're getting right down to it. So let me just give you my thoughts on the debate with Andrew and Candace. Obviously, I was live streaming it that day, and it was good. It was good. It was everything that I thought it was as far as what it could be. Meaning that when you're having a debate about a case that isn't closed, it's an ongoing case, an ongoing investment, all of the evidence and facts isn't out yet. So new evidence is still coming out. All of this stuff is still going on. It's going to be a debate about the person's opinions matching up with the facts that's currently out. And when you're having a debate like that, I mean, it's much different than Andrew debating a feminist. It's much different than Candace on whatever debating one of the OF chicks or something like that. It's much different than that. It's not a philosophical debate. It's not a debate on moral principles and stuff like that. It's just a debate on your opinions matching up with the facts, right? And all of the facts aren't out yet. Now, my opinion on the whole Charlie Kirk situation is, man, I don't really know if Tyler Robinson was the shooter or not. There seems to be some evidence that he is the shooter, but then there seems to be some things on the other side that's just not matching up, right? It's just not making a whole lot of sense, especially when we look at history and we look at assassinations, we look at certain political nations, right, have been involved since JFK, right? So with that being said, it's like, well, I'm always a little bit skeptical to fully believe the narrative that the mainstream media puts out, right? So those are my thoughts on it. So for me, I was looking at the Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate, more, objective looking at it, a bias to a degree, of course. Andrew, that's my homie. I want him to win. Obviously, I think that he did win from a logical standpoint. I actually just finished watching the full debate yesterday. This is why I took a little bit of time to actually give a reaction to it, because when I was live streaming it, I stopped it about an hour early. I actually didn't watch the full debate. So then I seen the clips that came out via TikTok, via X, and things like that. I'm like, that is like, it really doesn't mean too much. You know, you got Candace Owens. She had like one gotcha moment at the end, which didn't take anything away from Andrew's argument, right? It was just like, that's good for the crowd, her audience, that's good. And a lot of these things are important in debates anyway, chat. Like I had a few in-person debates, and I do debates myself, and you can win a debate by losing all arguments if you have the popular vote, meaning that Candace has a bigger audience, and she may have lost the debate on arguments and stuff like that, but her audience is bigger, so it's gonna seem like she won with all of the propaganda and people, posting stuff on X that support her and TikTok and all of these things. Now, optics are important as well when you're having a debate, because the gotcha moment, like one gotcha moment could fully, ruin you. And it happened to me. Like I went on tonight's conversation podcast and I did like 8 episodes with them. I was killing them, totally destroying these guys. I made 3 grown men cry during these debates and during these discussions. But then the one clip that's taken out of context, that goes viral, and it seems like, well, Cooley just had a terrible show on tonight's podcast conversation, but I actually didn't. So I understand what Andrew Wilson is going through right now, how optics are important, how you, especially when you're on a big platform like that, you gotta try to win every moment of the discussion, and it's hard to do, right? I even do these TikTok debates, and I still don't win every point, right? Like every argument within the debate, you still don't win all of them, but if you win enough of them, it's like, okay, the points add up, and then you win the debate. But so let's go ahead and react to some of the stuff that's been going on with the backlash. Some of it was actually funny, and Andrew's my guy, but I'm going to go ahead and react to some of the stuff that, some of these people put out, just so you guys see what happens when, like, you can't have any chink in your armor when you're up here debating on these major platforms. I repeat, you can't have any chink in your armor when you're in the public spotlight, whether it's debating, whether it's, you're a political analyst and you're on Fox News, or you're like Stephen A. Smith and you're covering sports. No matter what it is, anytime you're in a spotlight and the public is viewing you, listen, you gotta be like perfect. But the thing is, no human being is perfect, and you're always gonna fail in some way. So with that being said, let's go ahead and hop into some of the backlash with this debate. And then also we're gonna react to a portion of the debate where I think Andrew fully destroyed her and Candace Owens never recovered from it. Because like Andrew said, she got nothing. She had nothing as far as all of her claims that she made. Nothing add up. Many non sequiturs, along with other logical fallacies, followed up on her part in the debate. So let's get into this. This is real funny here. A clip I seen. I'm a fan of The Matrix, so I was like, you know what? Those other clips is pretty whack. But this one was actually a little bit funny. I'm like, I was about to share it, but I'm like, I'm about to do a stream, so let me just react to it. Let me bring this up for you guys real quick.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill and you can just keep saying, so what? You take the...
And real quick, you see how his foot is shaking there? They incorporated that into this clip to make fun of him, which is why I say that you can't have any chink in your armor because they'll try to utilize that against you in a debate. This is for all of my, fellow debaters that have hopes and dreams or aspirations of being as big as Andrew. You gotta dang near be perfect, right? So we're gonna give him kudos and then also learn from this as well.
Red pill. You learn everything about the Tyler Robinson case.
So what? So what? So what? So what? Positive evidence? So what? So what? When? Appeal to emotion? So what? Burden of proof? So what? So what? So what? So what? Appeal to emotion? So what? Burden of proof? So what? Positive evidence? Positive evidence? Positive evidence? Positive evidence? So what? So what? So what? Appeal to emotion? What? So what?
Like, that was funny. Like, how they change her from Andrew
Stop.
to Erica Kirk. This is funny.
That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop!
See, that was a little bit funny, right? The other ones was tasteless. They was kind of corny, right? But that one was a good one. But that's some of the backlash that happened. Andrew, he's Teflon. He's straight, man. Everybody with any logic at all understands that he won, right? That's just the facts of it. That's the facts of the matter, right? Now, I want to get into the moment where he fully destroyed her, and I'm also going to speed up this clip a little bit. I'm going to play it a little bit fast, where she makes the claim that Tyler Robinson is a patsy because of the degraded fingerprints on the gun. Which she made a complete non sequitur. So it's about 10 minutes of this, and I'm going to react to it from when I went live and I watched. Well, I'm going to react to it from my live stream. So I watched it live, and I'm going to go ahead and pull a section of it, and we're going to react to about 10 minutes of it. We're going to listen to it together so you guys can see that, the arguments and the claims that she was making, it didn't really add up. Like, if you say he's a patsy, well, why is he a patsy? What's your reasoning for that? Well, the reasons are this. And her main reason during this portion of the debate was degraded fingerprints on a gun. So let's go ahead and hop into this real quick. All the folks in the chat, if you have any questions or concerns, if anyone disagrees with my take, you can always click the link to come on up and debate tonight, or let me know why you disagree. So the link is pinned in the YouTube comments for anyone to come on up. It is pinned, so if you want to go ahead and come on up and debate tonight, you can go ahead and do that. All right, let's go ahead and get into this portion of the clip.
He has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be...
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay, I'll wait patiently till we get to
So
the
that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that...
Also, chat, I did speed it up a little bit, so we're listening to this on like 1.25. So, yeah.
You have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your
chat,
point
it's
about
a complete non sequitur.
You can't make that claim
Her
because
claim
the
does not
entire
follow.
basis for why you think that there's evidence
Logical
for Tyler
fallacy,
Robinson
chat.
being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which is
said in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's
behavior.
very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no, this is a huge point. This is crazy
we
that you
can call
don't know
for a
this.
fact check if
Yes,
all the
well, we
evidence
need more
was
than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day.
The
Utah rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
A quick pause, right? So we have low IQ people in the chat. Let's go ahead and bring this up. He says, Marquette disagrees. Go talk to him about it. I'm tired of you being fake. I believe he's talking about me here. Now, if you're a man, right, masculinity is not about agreeing with everybody, right? So you're going to have friends, you're going to have colleagues. You're not going to agree on 100% of everything. Like me and Andrew, we don't agree on 100% of everything. Me and Marquette, we don't agree on 100% of everything, right? But we agree on a lot of things, right? So it's you. What's his name? TJ Smile. That's effeminate energy to say, well, bro, your friend disagrees, so therefore you need to go talk to him. Like, bro, what are you talking about? This is how I know that you're the type of person, if you did have any friends, like if you were on a football team, you were like the odd one out, right? Because you think like a woman. Men, we disagree. We disagree in the locker rooms. We disagree when we're just chilling. We're made to disagree. That's the point, right? You're not going to, if you agree with 100% of everything that another man says, guess what? You are gay. You're gay. That's the only, come on, bro. Like, your chick is supposed to agree with everything you say. Like, if your woman disagrees, that's crazy. Chick, you don't disagree at all. If you do disagree, don't voice it. Shut up, stay put, and be quiet. Keep the thoughts to yourself, because that's your woman. But your homie, no, you're going to disagree sometimes, bro. It's okay. Like, you're going to have two different perspectives on things. It's totally fine. All right, let's continue on. Loser.
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination said he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson did it.
That.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire heering was basically hearsay. Officer Back,
but not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no
outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off. Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony.
Yeah. So here's a part where Candace Owens doesn't understand the question, the level of question that Andrew Wilson is asking. He's simply asking her, if it's the case that you say someone is a patsy, well, words have meaning. A patsy is someone that was set up, manipulated in some capacity to take the blame for something they didn't do. That's what a patsy is. So if there's fingerprints on a weapon that's degraded, it can be degraded for many reasons. This doesn't conclude that he was set up to take the blame for someone else. Like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. So she doesn't understand that the level of question that Andrew Wilson is asking here, and it's been a lot of this during the debate. She really didn't understand the questions that he was asking, so she didn't answer it. But on the flip side, there's been like the one question that Candace Owens asked, name 7. What's the 7 charges? Andrew, he couldn't name it. He said one of them was murder or whatever. If that was me, I would have just been like, I don't know. That's the part of being no Fugazi. It's just like, I don't know. So the parts that Candace, like the viewers would see that Candace won on, from my perspective, is that like she won off of like optics, like, and maybe had a little gotcha moment or something at the end there. But as far as the debate and the positions that they took, like, she didn't win. Like, none of her claims actually adds up to prove that Israel had something to do with it and France had something to do with it. It just doesn't show that, right? Like, it's hard to prove that.
Before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact,
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that,
Didn't say
that
that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is.
I'm not making stuff up. I'm saying, let's pull that up. I'm doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying,
but you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what
yes,
1102
so this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like...
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say...
So here's the part where if you're in a big debate like this, and Andrew has done it many times before, a lot of intelligent people in the debating sphere has done it, where when someone isn't understanding the level of question that you're asking them, and then they keep on doing a non sequitur, which is a logical fallacy, or they keep on obfuscating, which is moving the goalpost from answering the question, your question, then what you do is you give an example to show how absurd, their claim is, or how absurd, they look because they can't understand the question. So you just say, like, what if I said this to you? I said, you give an example, and if that you make the example analogous to what's going on, so the audience can see like, oh, she actually isn't answering his question, because there's going to be many people that don't freaking know what logical fallacies are and can't understand that. Well, if you say that he's a patsy, but then you talk about, degraded fingerprints, that actually doesn't conclude that he's a patsy because of degraded fingerprints. You get what I'm saying? For an example, it's like, Cooley does not live in Pennsylvania. Well, because it was evidence that came out that he was actually in Miami on Sunday, and I seen him walking out of his house. Well, how do you know that it's his house? That could be someone else's house. How do you know that he's just not traveling there? Like, there's so many different things that can be the reason why Cooley was in Miami walking out of a house. That doesn't follow that he doesn't live in Pennsylvania. You get what I'm saying? So, like, you can use these examples to explain it to the audience so then they understand why you keep on asking the same question.
Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence, okay? Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing, that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? So that I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy?
That's facts, chat. What Candace Owens is not understanding right now, she's trying to move the goalposts off of that, so she changed her words. She said exactly what Andrew Wilson is claiming right now. She's basically said that, well, the fingerprints on the gun is more degrading. Tyler Robinson's fingerprints was more, degraded. And that's a inference and evidence to show that he's a patsy. And that's a non sequitur that doesn't actually follow, because let's say if you have a gun, right, and the gun goes off, people think that you're the shooter. There's fingerprints on the gun, but then there's also other fingerprints on the gun. But your fingerprints on the gun is the ones that's degraded the most. It does not then infer that, well, you're a patsy. No, it can be that your fingerprints was degraded the most because, other people touched the gun after you. It can be that your fingerprints was degraded the most because after you shot the gun, you actually wiped it off a little bit, right? Like with your shirt or something. It wasn't like an alcohol wipe to fully take the fingerprints off, but at least like you smeared it, right? It could have been many different other conclusions other than, oh, you're a patsy because your fingerprints was degraded the most. So Andrew Wilson, he is making a strong claim here that Candace Owens would need to substantiate and give some type of evidence, which she's saying that it is evidence, the fingerprints being evidence for Tyler Robinson to be a patsy. That's not enough evidence. That's just you making your best luck guess, right?
From that.
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make...
Perfect, Andrew. Perfect.
No,
that's the point. Andrew, please start doing what you do on the other debates and give those other examples so you can make their claim look absurd. That's what you got to do, Andrew. I got to hear from you. Let's go.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is...
Booyah. This is how you do it, Andrew. Now, listen, I need examples, Andrew. Let's go.
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
And chat, this is me watching it live right now and reacting to it.
No, my whole claim was that there's more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom, right? To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was...
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
you just said you didn't say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer
PBD moderating skills is trash.
Bagley testified. They talk about when I'm talking about making inference.
That's a fact, man. PBD barely even moderated this. It was just, whatever on his end. But that's the part that I wanted to react to, basically to illustrate to the audience, the people that's watching currently right now, that that her entire argument stood on, it was held up on, faulty pillars. Like, oh, well, Tyler Robinson is a patsy because of this claim here, the degraded fingerprints on the gun. Non sequitur, doesn't follow. Well, Israel was involved, and also France was involved. Okay, how does that follow with the evidence that you're speaking about, or with the claims that you're making? Because it is an evidence, but how does that follow with the claims that you're making? That it just doesn't follow. This can be your opinion. You can have these thoughts, which are not bad thoughts, right? You know, so on Candace Owens' part, I think, you know, she, like, women are very good at this anyway, chat. Like, this is kind of a womanly thing. Like, women watch, you know, like crime shows and Lifetime shows and like those investigation type movies and documentaries. Like, those things, like documentaries and freaking Law and Order shows, like, that's like for women, bro. That's what they like to watch. The reason being is because I guess it's something in their psyche, like they need to figure this out. Like, you ever, for an example, right? Let me give you guys an example. Back in the day, right? I mean, everybody was with a little breezy before, maybe had cheated, right? But whoever was with a breezy and like maybe, you know, I mean, stepped out a little bit, but she's super skeptical when she add everything up. Like, she remember everything you said. And if anything doesn't add up, she's like, ooh, well, nope. Or even if she think that you are cheating, she'll be like, well, no, you usually hang out with Brian on this day. And then after the gym, you go there. But wait, why did you then go to Taco Bell? Like, that doesn't really add up. What were you doing at Taco Bell? You were cheating. You were with another girl. Like, that's how women just behave, right? Like, so like her arguments and her positions in this debate, it was very like just feminine, like womanly. It was no logic. It was void of any logic. And it's not to say that, you know, you can't have an opinion on something, or you can't have, you know, this perspective, or maybe even a theory of what happened around the Charlie Kirk shooting. But the type of claim she's making, like, well, Erica Kirk definitely was involved or participated in some way. France and Israel definitely was involved and participated in some way. It's like, how about you just reword that and say, you know what? I can't prove it. I don't know. But my opinion is, it just seems like, you know, France and Israel definitely has something to do. And I don't really trust that Erica Ho anyway. So, like, you know what I mean? I think I was mad at her before anyway, because I wanted her man anyway back in the day. So I don't really like her anyway. So I think that she just got something to do with it. Like, I always thought that Charlie could do better. So I don't trust her. So thus, she probably got something to do with it. Like, if you speak like that, it's kind of like, oh, okay, you just giving your opinion on it, you know, your perspective. You know, it is what it is. You're not like holding anyone's feet to the fire or making like, or fully accusing someone. But she was actually accusing people. Like, oh, well, Tyler Robinson, it's a 0% chance that Tyler Robinson was a shooter. Well, he could have been a patsy, meaning that he was involved to take the fall for it. He's the fall guy, but 0% chance. Like, that's just crazy. For it to be a 0% chance that he wasn't a shooter makes zero sense. Now, my thoughts on it, I think that, you know, 75 to 80% chance that he was the shooter. Right? I'll leave it like 25 to 20% that there could be, that he is the fall guy, right? That Candace Owens is right. And there is some, like, another shooter out there, right? And the government was involved, and also Israel and France was involved. Like 25%. That could be true, right? Like, her perspective on it isn't crazy. It's like, all right, she comes up with some stuff and it's like, that kind of makes some sense, but yeah, whatever. But anyways, chat, let's go ahead and move on. So that was me reacting to the Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens debate. As I stated, I think Andrew Wilson won the debate from a argumentation and logical perspective. Candace Owens, she won on optics, right? She won the popular vote. I also seen some stuff online on X that shows that, I guess, AI systems analyzed the debate, and 4 out of, I believe, 5 AI systems, including Grok, ChatGPT, and all of these other big ones, they said that Andrew Wilson actually won. So, people in the chat, everyone will owe her an apology. Nah, I would say this. Candace Owens is a good friend. Like, a good friend in a sense, because, like, if, Tyler Robinson isn't the shooter, she's the best friend in the world. Listen, best friend in the world. All of her womanly intuitions was on point, right? We got to give her kudos. If, Tyler Robinson is the shooter, listen, mama, your intuitions is on point. Listen, I may need to hire you to be my friend if someone wants to take my life, right? Because you're not going to give up. You are going to, die to find the truth on this. But if it's the case that Tyler Robinson is the shooter, Erica Kirk has truly nothing to do with it. She's a horrible friend. Horrible friend. Because it's like, imagine you die and then your friend is going after your wife and trying to blame her for your death. Like, that's crazy. Like, that chick, you're not my friend. Like, I'm in heaven looking down like, man, this chick crazy, bro. So, yeah, man. But we don't know, right? We don't know. We don't know what's really gonna happen here, right? We don't really know. Put it like this. For me, I don't put anything past the left. I think if you are of this community, you are able to do some crazy things because your thinking is backwards and inverted, and your lifestyle is in a full contradiction to reality, which is Tyler Robinson was dating someone that thought that he was a man, that thought that he was a woman, a transgender man, right? Or a transgender woman, as we would say. So, I don't put anything past those individuals because they suffer from a complete mental illness. They're psychotic. With that being said, it kind of makes sense for Tyler Robinson to do something like this, especially when Charlie Kirk is going against your beliefs and your communities. Like a community. Just imagine, it's like this. Like, let's say if Tyler Robinson boyfriend truly believed that he was a girl, like this was his belief. Let's say that Tyler Robinson also truly believed that nothing was wrong with being gay, like it's morally good. All of these beliefs, all of their actions, they truly believe is morally good. Well, then anyone that says anything against what you do, you're going to look at them as bad or evil. So, well, if there's this guy that's doing these college tours and always speaking ill of the LGBTQ plus community, well, basically you're going to interpret that as this guy hates me. I have to do something to defend myself. And that can be a reason why someone would take the blicky and go out there and, commit an assassination. So, yeah, there's many different reasons. So this is why I don't put anything past the left, because it's possible, especially white folks anyway. I mean, listen, I don't put anything past white folks. School shooters, assassins, like these are the white folks in America that do it. Now, if it was this black dude that like took his dad's gun and was on the top of a roof and planned this entire escape thing and shot someone, how many yards away, I'll be like, that just don't add up, because black people, we don't think that far ahead. Like, we not finna plan an assassination. We'll plan a drive-by. Like, we quick with this, like, man, I don't like this nigga. Skirt! Bow, 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 bow. But we're not about to plan an assassination. Like, black folks, we're not that cynical. Like, we're not about to think about it like, generally speaking, niggas not that cynical. We're not about to think about it like, yeah, this person is fully against my beliefs. I have to eliminate them. Let me go to one of his college campuses and climb up on a roof and do all of these things. And you get what I'm saying? Like, we not finna do all of that. We gonna, if anything, if we don't like the dude, oh, he driving by, he walking away. Oh, what's up, homie? Bang, 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 bang. That's how we doing it. But with the white folks, man, y'all be acting, y'all type crazy, bro. Y'all type crazy. This is why I don't really put it past Tyler Robinson. Like, yeah, man, I think it's very probable that he was the shooter. That's what white folks do. It's just what y'all do. Like, now, people can make the argument like, well, Cooley, that's racist against whites. No, it ain't racist, because I would agree with the blacks. I would agree with the whites when they speak about the blacks. Like, drive-bys is a black person thing. Like, we do drive-bys. That isn't a white person thing. Like, a white person... like, white people don't even think like that. They like to think of a drive-by, like, that's just a nigga thing. Like, man... Anyways, man, I digress. This is a comedy skit here, chat. YouTube, don't ban me. It's a comedy skit. All right, let me go ahead and react to some other clips. I got some other stuff for y'all, man, that we're going to react to. So let's go ahead and stop sharing this. Let me go ahead and go on over to... Chat, yeah, y'all funny. Yeah, y'all feel me. Facts. Look at that. Facts. Yeah, that's facts, bro. Look how white people think. You got Wick Kid in the drive-by is a waste of bullets. You see how white people think? And I don't think Wick Kid even fully white. I think he's mixed, like white and Spanish, but that's basically white, right? It's a waste of bullets. Like, black people don't think like bullets is made to be wasted. Like, we don't even think like that. Saving bullets. Like, when black folks mad, it's like, man, we finna pull up. I don't care if I hit your grandma. I don't care if I hit the little baby over there. Listen, dog, you was talking ill on my set, and this my block over here, so I'm finna waste y'all. Like, that's how far the thoughts get. White folks is like, I don't want to waste any bullets, and the precipitation isn't good today, so let me do this on a Wednesday at 3:00, where where it's going to be a little bit cloudy, and I can go ahead and fully dismantle the perpetrator that way. Like, white folks just think about it too much, right? But anyways, I digress, chat. All right, let me get to some of these other clips real quick. Here we go. Hold up. Get this out the way. And if anybody disagrees with any of my takes, you are welcome to come on up and debate. Like, any haters in the chat, you can come up here and just click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and you know, you guys can come on up and give me your perspective, right? That's what you can do tonight, man. All right, here is... No, where's that one clip? Okay, let's do this clip first. Get the likes up, chat. Get the likes up. Let's go. All right. Where's that one clip at? Okay. Oh, right here. Here we go. All right, so now we're reacting to some of the clips that the members sent in. So let's bring up this first clip here. Let's do it this way. And let's change that. Why does it look like that? There we go.
You try to be more logical than emotional.
Because emotional, those feelings come and go.
Do they?
Yeah.
I disagree.
What? They do in the moment.
Are you talking about reaction to emotion or the emotion itself?
The emotion itself.
They never come and go. They stay.
Nobody's happy all day. Be happy for a second, but then eventually they'll fade for some time period. Then I might be scared at one point. That goes away. Might feel
Doesn't
sad.
go away. They're all the little kids that sit nestled in you, and you're the teacher, and it's who you call on in the classroom. You're like, little fear right there, I need you to start acting up. Little happy dude over there, I need you to start acting up. The one that's always questioning every single question, I need you to start asking questions. They never leave you. It's just, who are you giving opportunity to speak? This is why emotions are important, that we don't treat them as though they're fleeting things in our lives. It's part of being human, is to be emotional. When we try to be overly cerebral and intellectualize everything, we're not listening. You are the teacher, and everything you think and feel are the little students inside your head. Who are you asking to speak? So your feelings don't leave you. I could trigger you to be happy in 2 seconds. And while you're in that happy space, I could trigger you to be angry just as quickly. Now, if they were things that came and went, I wouldn't be able to get you to switch so fast. It's a powerful thing that we need to understand. Every emotion is in there. You just have to tap in. Who is the student you're calling on inside your mind? And sometimes the kids speak out of line. Sometimes they're disobedient. Sometimes you gotta put them in a corner. And then sometimes there's an evaluator in the room. There's an observer. Everybody's on the best behavior when there's an observer in the room. You know who the observer is?
Me.
It's you.
Teacher.
No, you're the teacher, which is your ego construct. It's who you think you are and what you think you're supposed to be doing in this life. It's all of what your experiences have told you. That's the teacher calling the students. The observer is the silent thing that's listening. When you're sitting still in your head and there's all this chatter going on, what is that thing that's listening to it? That's the observer. And the more you become aware of that observer, the more you can get order in your room. Why do you try to be more logical than emotional?
Because emotional, those feelings come and go.
Do they?
Okay, chat. Sorry I made you guys suffer through that. But let's debunk this feminist. Now, it's so funny. She said that, why do you try to be more emotional rather than logical? He says that, well, because, emotions basically fog your judgment. That's essentially what he's saying. And she disagrees with him. She thinks that you should actually be more emotional than logical. And the reason why she thinks this way is the same reason why Candace Owens thinks the way she thinks, and why she tries to correlate all of these things that she observes as evidence in her mind and make up these conclusions that just don't match up, because it's all based off of feels instead of logic and rationality. So let's go ahead and break down a few dumb things this woman said here. She's like a true supporter of Candace Owens. Now, nothing against Candace. I think that, she's an intelligent woman, but there you go. Intelligent for a woman. All right. Like, emotions and stuff like that. Not really that intelligent on logic. Now, she says that, well, if you react to something, your emotions do not come and go. Because the other guy was making the claim that, well, your emotions just come and go. Well, for women, they may not come and go, right? So actually, let's back up a little here, chat. Let's back up a little here. Let's just actually observe this another way before I actually break everything down. This is a woman speaking to a man, trying to subvert the man to be like her. I repeat, this is a woman speaking to a man, trying to change him to think and behave the way that she thinks and behaves. Men and women are different. And this is what happens with feminism. Feminism basically thinks that men and women are interchangeable widgets. We're the same. How I feel about things, you feel about things. The way I regulate my emotions, you regulate your emotions the same way. That's just untrue. Women have about, I think, 600 to 700 more estrogen than a man. And estrogen changes your emotions and your moods. That's what it does. It changes your mood about things, the way you feel about things. Women are higher in trait neuroticism, so they feel more negative emotions per unit of situation on average than a man. So I see what she's saying, like, well, why do you try to be more logical rather than emotional? Because she's looking at it from how she deals with her emotions. Women feel so much emotions where they have to create these coping mechanisms to deal with the demons in their mind. She said that, well, you're the teacher and the student. And the observer is the silent thing that's listening. So sometimes you have to be the teacher and tell the student, listen, relax, calm down, everything is going to be okay. Don't react that way. But then the observer is the silent listener that's just observing everything. What is that? That's just dumb stuff. That's just a coping mechanism for you to try to, deal with reality because you can't self-regulate your own emotions. So you have to come up with some type of coping mechanism to think and to live, because if not, you'll just fall apart to pieces. You'll fall to pieces. So that's the thing, Chad. I want you guys to understand, when women get on these microphones and they're speaking like this, this is just an effect of feminism. Feminism is the movement, and it tried to change women to be more like men. Well, women, you're equal to a man. You deserve equal rights. Go out there and work. Be independent. Chase your career and education. Try to be like a man. But the side effects of this is that women now are chasing their career and their education, and their behaviors are more masculine. So then they get a microphone and they speaking to other men, and they start to subvert the other men by trying to get them to be more like them. That's all that's happening here, chat. That's all that's happening. So I would say on one end, well, yeah, she's correct. Maybe a woman has to be the teacher and the student at the same time, and this silent observer to deal with all of their high levels of estrogen. They bleed each month and their mood changes all the time. Yeah, maybe you got to create this teacher and student in your head, this fairy tale in your head, so you can think properly. But for a man, we ain't got to do that. So we are the logical creatures. You're just more emotional, and that's fine. Maybe you got to go ahead and do that, right? So she's just wrong on all of her accounts. Nothing added up. This was just silly talk, chat. I'm going to play it a little bit more, and then I'm going to stop it and pause it and give you guys my reaction. I just wanted to fully listen to it through because this is my first time listening to it. Now we're going to play it and pause it, and I'm going to react to it live.
Yeah.
I disagree.
What? They do in the moment.
Are you talking about reaction to emotion or the emotion itself?
The emotion itself.
They never come and go. They stay.
Nobody's happy all day. Be happy for a second, but then eventually.
So again, if you think about it, that is kind of true for women. If a chick is mad at you, bro, she mad at you forever, dog. Think about it. When a guy is in love with a girl, he basically loves her forever. It's even if things go sour and y'all break up, it's like, yeah, chick, I still got love for you. You know what I mean? Like, it's whatever. But when a woman breaks up with a man, something goes sour in a relationship. No, bro, she hates your guts. Like, that emotion stays with the woman forever. So again, if we're speaking about women, I can see how that can be true. But if we're speaking about men, that just doesn't correlate. We don't share the same biology that the woman shares.
Actually, they'll fade for some time period. Then I might be scared at one point. That goes away. Might feel
Doesn't
sad.
go away. They're all the little kids that sit nestled in you.
It's all the little kids that sit nestling you. Like, what is... And this is why it's like we say over here on this side of the internet is like women are like children. Like, just think about how dumb she's speaking right now. There's all of these little kids that's like nestled up inside of you. Like, those emotions that you felt when you were 5 years old, they never go away. They're there and they just pop up. Well, how do you know that? That's just wrong. And I would actually even say that is wrong for women. The truth is how emotions work is, well, if you feel sad or you feel happy or you feel whatever the emotions would be, it's because of what you're experiencing at that moment. But we have memory as well. So we can think about past things that we've experienced. And when we think about those past things, our emotions would come up again at that moment. Because we're thinking about those past things at a particular moment. And that's when the emotions spark, whether if it's happiness, joy, sad, anger. You get what I'm saying, chat? So it's not like you felt an emotion 5 years ago and that emotion that you're feeling is boiled down somewhere from the teacher and student relationship. And then that same thing just spikes back up. No, that's nonsensical, is that we have memories. So when we're present beings, but we have a memory where we can tap into the past and think about something, and that can spark up a feeling. But let's say if you think about something that happened in the past, maybe your cat died or dog died, who knows, right? But you got over that, like you fully got over it. Then you can think about that and not experience any type of emotions from past thoughts, which would infer that that emotion that she's saying that's bottled down there from 15 years ago, that's just untrue. That's just untrue. For the people, if you didn't get over something, then if you have think about those past thoughts, you start to dwell on the past, then yeah, that emotion is a spark up, not spark back up, but you'll feel a similar emotion to how you felt before. That's what I'm saying here, chat. So she's just wrong. It's just womanese talk. They say a whole bunch of stuff to mean nothing.
And you're the teacher, and it's who you call on in the classroom. You're like, little fear right there, I need you to start acting up. Little happy dude over there, I need you to start acting up.
I can't even react to it no more. She's that dumb. Let me just end it with this. Now, if we're speaking about logic versus emotions, well, for all human beings to get things done, you need to act despite how you feel. If you act on how you feel, you're going to be a school shooter. If you act on how you feel, you're going to slap somebody for, maybe, calling you a name. If you behave on how you feel, then you're basically going to do a lot of things that you regret. But her claim is, well, no, emotions is more important. Essentially, that's what she's getting at. Now, she didn't say those words that it's more important, but her argument insinuates that emotions is more important. But we know that that's just not true. We're emotional beings by our nature, the way God created us, but we should act despite how we feel. And if you're Christian or if you have any sense of morality, even if you're not Christian, but if you have any sense of morality, we know that the moral thing comes from acting despite how you feel. usually when you indulge in things that we would consider that as immoral, it's usually based off of you acting on how you feel. So this chick is dumb.
Why do you try to be more
Let's go ahead and wrap that up. Get the likes up, chat. Let's go. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Did I miss any chats in here? No, I didn't miss any chats. Let me see. Let's check. Let's see if I missed anything. I don't think I did. Let's check. Yeah, I did. I missed one. Shouts out to Dana. She sends him $5. She said, I just want to say thanks for all the debates, especially the ones regarding God. My 36-year-old sister passed this weekend, and I hope she's in heaven. My condolences to you, Dana. And I do highly appreciate your support. Highly appreciate your support. But my condolences to your sister. Shouts out to Eastside Larry for joining the gang membership.
No Fugazee.
Eastside Larry in the building. Appreciate you, man. Okay, I think that's the only chats that I missed. Now we're going to go ahead and open up the panel for open panel debate night. Let me go ahead and change a few things here. Actually, you know what? We're going to leave that. And no. We're actually going to do this. Let's take that out of there. Put that there. Let's do, turn that way. Turn that on. Shouts out to Wicked Dreams. Zoom okay for, you know what? I think it's supposed to be Black Magic. And okay, so that's there. All right. Hold up, chat. I gotta change a few things around because I'm about to sign in to TikTok to get these crazy TikTok debaters in here. All right, shouts out to Wicked. Wicked says, when you act how you feel, that's how gays are made.
Gay.
That's true. That is true. Listen, when you act how you feel, that's what women, children, and the gays do. It's not anything that men do. Now, at least, men, we try our best to not act on how we feel. I would just say that for a man, it's just more consequences when you act on how you feel. For a woman, there's not as many consequences. Let's speak about domestic violence, right? Women initiate domestic violence at higher rates than men, meaning that they're the ones to hit the man first. But there's not really any consequences for a woman hitting a man. But for a man hitting a woman, just reacting like, imagine you a dude, you're in a relationship, your chick hook you, boom, dang, ate that. That wasn't nothing. But a natural reaction out of emotion, chick, shut up, bang, and you back. Meaning that there's consequences in society for men acting off their emotions, but there's not really a lot of consequences or the same consequences for women acting on their emotions, which is why when we're reacting to the clip and the woman is saying what she's saying is just dumb. Like, why would you say that to a man? Stay in your place. But again, she's trying to change men to be more like women. All right. All right, let's X that out. Got the audio set. Let's go live on TikTok. Hold up. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. And real quick update for the folks that's in the chat right now. I will be going to Miami soon. I'll be out there doing a few things, doing a few podcasts with some folks, hopefully some big podcasts, trying to lock them down. But I'm already got scheduled a few podcasts. Going to be out there with the Saint in the Center, my boy Marquette Devon Burton. We'll be doing a dating and relationship show, so stay tuned for that. So if you want to go ahead and support the Miami trip, what you guys can do is you can donate. The Miami Grift. Why did I put gift instead of grift? All right, let's change that up. That was for my last one. All right, so this is for the Miami Grift. $500. Trip. Actually, I got a few trips. Some updates on what's happening with No Fugazee. So we'll be in Miami doing some shows and some interviews. Then we'll be in Ohio. I was asked to speak at this event, which I'm like, okay, cool. I'll go ahead and do this one. I was asked to speak at other events that I turned them down. But this one, I'm like, all right, this seems it could be interesting. I don't see any red flags. I did my research to the best of my abilities. I'm like, all right. And they're paying me to speak at this event. So you guys are going to most likely see clips. I'm not going to speak about the podcast or the company or organization that is going to have me speaking at said event. But I will be speaking at an event in Ohio. So we got Miami, we got Ohio, and we got Vegas. Vegas, I'll be out there with Sean Kelly doing a 1 versus 10, me versus 10 feminist. So that should be very interesting. So stay tuned for that. But that's for the Miami Grift. And also, send it right to me. Don't send it through YouTube. Send it straight to me, right? So that's the Cash App and the PayPal below. If you want to support the Miami trip and all of the other trips that I will be taking, support the channel by donating. And you can do so by Cash App or PayPal below right there. All right, chat. Let's go ahead and get to these TikTok debates. We've already reacted to Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. And now we're going to hop into some debates. Open panel debate night. So here's the part of the show where any folks that's watching right now on YouTube, you can click that link that's pinned in the YouTube comments and you can come on up and debate me. Here are the debating prompts. So what we have is age gap relationships are morally good. Then we also have for the atheists, morality and logic can't be grounded without God. All right. So if anybody wants to debate these two prompts, feel free to come on up. But let's go live on TikTok now. We're going to get a lot of these crazy TikTok debaters up. So you guys know how it is. All right, going live now, and let's do. Hold up, chat. Uno momento, por favor, gracias. Okay, let's go to TikTok here, share my screen. All right, we are currently live on TikTok now, YouTube, and Facebook. For all of the TikTok folks joining, we got 3 prompts that we're going to be debating tonight. As you guys come on up, if you want to debate any of these 3 prompts, you can just request to come on up via TikTok. For the folks on YouTube, you just hit the link that's been in the YouTube comments. But for the TikTok folks, first prompt is age gap relationships are morally good. Second prompt is morality and logic can't be grounded without God. Third prompt, women single and 30 are losers. All right. Hopefully we'll trigger some atheists and some feminists to come on up into the in debate tonight. That's the goal, right? But as you're joining the stream, hit the like notification. Do you like the video on TikTok, or do you heart it? Do whatever you guys do on TikTok to support the channel, right? But for the YouTube folks, you guys need to get the likes up anyway. All right. Let me go ahead and share the TikTok screen real quick on YouTube. All right, perfect. And let's do that. All right, here we go. All right, so for the folks that want to debate tonight, again, we got 3 prompts. Age gap relationships are morally good. Someone says mic bad. No, I think you guys could hear me. You guys can't hear me on TikTok? You should be able to hear me good. Let me check. Put a 1 in the chat on TikTok if you guys could hear me. Put a 2 in the chat if you can. Someone said old school radio quality. How's the quality? Okay, so I'm good on TikTok. All right, so the quality is good on TikTok. So we just got some trolls in here that's lying then. But yeah, the quality should be pretty good on TikTok right now. Let me check something real quick though. Okay, let's take that off. Okay, that should be a little bit better for you guys now. You good, bruh. Okay. All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. All right. Just some trolls in here. You always got the TikTok trolls, right? Yeah, we can hear. All right. We good. Let's make this a little bit bigger. On TikTok. There we go. All right. That should be perfect. All right, looks like we got someone that wants to come up already. Good. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
What's up, man? Meister, and age is 31.
All right, Meister. And what prompt do you want to debate? We got 3 of them.
Let me just read the third one. Women single and 30 are losers. Sheesh. Let's go. I mean, I could do all 3, but let's go with number 1.
Okay. So you don't think that age gap, you think that age gap relationships are immoral?
No. So the prompt says, or positions it as morally good. I don't think age gap specifically has a moral position, but so that's my argument against it.
Okay, so you're just saying that age gap relationships don't have a moral position at all.
No, I think there are.
Why? How wouldn't an age gap relationship not deal with morals?
So I think once the laws or whatever societal standards are set, like within a culture, a society, a state, then once you have people that are eligible to date or eligible to be in relationships as adults, an 18-year-old could date a 78-year-old. It doesn't matter. Or a 78-year-old could date a 78-year-old.
these laws that are set, they're normally based off of morals, what we ought do, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
so if it's the case that you said that age gap relationships have nothing to do with morals, I say that that's 100% wrong, because what you appealed to was a government system that creates the law and order. And these government systems create law and order based off of morality, like, which is why rape is legal, which is why, murder is illegal.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So all of the do's and the don'ts that we have in society is based off of some moral scope.
Yeah, but I agree that there is some moral scope when people are structuring laws and policies, et cetera, et cetera. But I did add that caveat in there. I think once they're two adults, so like, unless you're positing that, like, you know, someone under the age of 18, which that's a totally different conversation. But can you give me an example where there's a moral position on an age 18 or older with two individuals where it's either morally good or bad?
Yeah. So when we're speaking about morality is just oughts and should. So the position is very simple. I would ask you the question and say, should an 18-year-old date a man that's 30 years old?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay. So then it will be moral for her to do that. That wouldn't be anything that's bad based off of the age alone. So that's what I mean. So when I'm speaking about morals, I'm speaking about prescriptions, things we ought do and things we ought not do. I'm speaking about the age itself. That's morally good. It wouldn't be anything morally bad based off of the age, as long as, you know, they're adults. But there can be other things why it's bad to date a man or a woman that's not based off of the age, or that would be immoral. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think we're actually on the same page with this one. I think the slight differentiation is maybe because we're not exploring what is morally bad. So like in this case, I don't think that like an 18-year-old dating a 30-year-old or an 18-year-old dating a 19-year-old has any particular moral position. I might say, or someone may argue, not me, that a 55-year-old dating an 18-year-old, we should perhaps examine his moral position as a human being a little bit closer. But, you know, that is for someone else to argue, not me. I think actually maybe like for the sake of debate, I actually certainly agree with number two or disagree with number two. So I don't know if you want to take another thing.
Fair enough. Are you an atheist?
No.
Okay. You believe in God?
I do.
Are you Christian, Muslim? What are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay. So when I say that morality and logic can't be grounded without God, you think that morals and logic, you think that an atheist can ground logic and morals?
I think they can. I think they can. And so
do you understand what I mean by ground?
Yeah. Yeah. So what is it anchored by? What is the ultimate reference or sort of source position of the morality or logic? I certainly think logic is not particularly related to religion. Logic, I think, is more rooted in science and systems, but morality certainly is.
Well, logic wouldn't be rooted in science and systems, because can science give a justification or give an account for logic itself? No, science assumes logic. They don't actually give an account or an epistemic justification for logic. So when we're speaking about morals,
does God provide the same thing can be like positioned like for religion or for God?
How? What do you mean?
So I think you said that science doesn't provide or doesn't do what for logic, you said?
Yes, science does not give an account for logic or morals, or science has nothing to do with morals at all. But if we're speaking about logic, science assumes logic, but it does not give an account or any justification for logic itself. So science has to deal with the material world. Science does really not, speak about metaphysics and stuff like that.
Okay, that's fair. But does religion or does God?
Yeah, religion and Christianity. If you're a Christian, under Christianity, well, it speaks a lot about metaphysics. Like that's a huge sum of what it's about: metaphysics, morality, and all of these things. When you think about, let me just land my plane here. So if we're thinking about like morals and logic, like these are concepts. Like morals is based off of like, this is it's conceptual that, well, this is either good or bad. Well, a truck driving doesn't tell you that the truck driving is good or bad, but a kid driving in a truck, we would say, well, a kid driving in a truck, well, that's bad. He can be harmed. He can be hurt. So the material world does not tell you anything about morals, right? It's like, how do you get from an is to an ought? Science speaks about how it is. It doesn't give you any oughts. Now, when we move on over to morality, that's we move on over to logic, that's metaphysics as well. You can't touch, taste, or smell logic, right? That's a transcendental category. So logic, science, they don't give any epistemic justification or any account for logic itself. They only just, assume that we already have logic. Science deals with like the physical matter. They don't really deal with immaterial concepts.
Let's see. So the way that I think about it, and let me just sort of position my argument, is morality and logic can be grounded without God based on, essentially based on cause and effect and scalability of human behavior, right? So let's take morality, for example. Like ultimately, regardless if someone is a believer or has a faith or not, the purpose of any existence on life, whether it's a human, an animal, a plant, or whatever, is to ultimately create a system or a society or whatever in which they can continue to procreate and self-preserve themselves and their race, right? So that's how you get sophisticated systems. That's how ultimately you get to like medicine and buildings, shelter.
Not to cut you off, but this isn't answering the level of question that's being asked.
So I'll get to that point. So the way I think about morality is even if you didn't have God, you would have a system, right, or a society where people would ask themselves, what allows us to continue to preserve, self-preserve ourselves, continue to procreate, continue to survive as a race, and those would become the laws of morality and logic. So if you had so for example, let's take Schmurder, right? Like Schmurder is obviously bad in religion, and there's a moral position that you shouldn't, schmill someone, right? But if you also had a society where there was free Schmurder and you can just do it willingly, that wouldn't scale, right? So if everyone had a disagreement and killed everyone, or everyone they had a disagreement with, that wouldn't be the best for self-preserving the race, right? And continuing to develop society. So there are ways to get to a society without having, God as a position. As a matter of fact, pre-Christianity or pre-Islam or Judaism, there were existing, societies and people that had a morale or logical reasoning and built societies based on those reasoning and based on that morality and reasoning. So it existed pre the religions that we accept today.
Okay, got it. So a few things here. The argument and the claim I'm making is not to say that atheists can't be moral or can't use logic. That's not the argument. But if it's the case, like you said, there is no God, well, if there is no God, where does purpose come from? If there is no creator, why and how are we all here?
Right. So good question.
How do you get from how things are to how things should be? That's going to be morality, right? So you're saying that you're just making, like, manipulation tends to happen when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root, the cause of things. And if the grand scale is purposeless, then all of the particulars are going to be purposeless as well. So without a God, then we're here through evolution and Big Bang cosmology theory. Like, why are we here? What's the purpose of us being here if we weren't created for a purpose? You get what I'm saying? So if there is no God, let me lay my plane because I'll let you speak. If there is no God, then I need you to explain, where does telos come from? Where does the purpose come from in this world?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. So if someone doesn't believe in God, right, they may believe in the opportunity of within their lifetime as a breathing human individual.
You're not answering the level of question that I'm asking you. People currently right now, right, if you're a Christian, you need to know how to separate your worldview versus someone else's worldview. You're currently arguing a worldview that's antithetical to your worldview. And you're doing it poorly because you're not really putting your shoes and you're not really putting yourself into the atheist shoes. The atheist worldview, if that worldview is true, there is no creator, there is no Christian God, right? Most of their arguments and most of their beliefs and their ideas come from, well, there's no intention for anything. There's no purpose to anything. Like from the outset,
I disagree with that, though.
From the outset, if it's evolution, there's just evolution came about through effects, cause and effects, and things moving in motion, right? It's just, a bunch of molecules over 10 billion years, which created the human being. But what's the purpose for that? Well, it's just random mutation and natural selection. Well, if it's random mutation and natural selection, it started off with randomness. And if it's all random, there's no purpose. There's no telos. So you're not getting from how things are to how things is, how things should be. And morality has everything to deal with how things should be. If you strip away God, there's no purpose. I need you to explain, where does the purpose start from the outset of things?
Okay. So I think you have a very religious perspective on this. And what I would offer to you is that the atheist people that I've connected with and I talk to and have had these conversations with, it's actually not as deep as you want it to be. So here's an example
well, that's not an argument.
Well, I know. So here's an example and how it's perfectly played to me. So a tree, right? A fruit-bearing tree, right? That tree starts off as a seed, right?
Listen, you're starting with the tree.
Let me even take off the plane. Let me get the plane off the runway first.
I'll let you speak a whole lot, but you're not really answering the level of question that I'm asking you, and it's like going right over your head. You just started to speak sentences about a tree. My question is, how did the tree even get here? Get what I'm saying?
That's
not even how, but why is the tree here, and how did it get here? So I need you to explain to me the why and the how. If you can't give me the why, deals with purpose. If you can't explain to me why we have a tree and how it got here, then I don't give a freak about, why atheists think there's we got trees and we can eat apples off of it and there's a purpose to life and survival.
Right.
Yeah, but that's after the tree is here. But why is why ought we survive? Why not we just perish and die?
I mean, but to be fair, the same question can ask for anyone that is religious.
If you're a Christian, what are you speaking about? If you're a true Christian, you know the answer to it. So what's the answer? Why? Let's answer the question. You said the same question can be posed to a Christian, and you said that you're a Christian.
That's for you to answer, though.
No. It's for you to answer, actually. So if you're a true Christian, you should be able to give an account of why we're here.
So let me finish my initial response. And then I'll come
can you give an account for why the tree is here?
The tree is here because God put the tree here in order to nourish his people. And obviously, like that's part of the reason why it's here. right? So everything that God created is for the nourishment and for the advantage of the human race in order to praise and worship him, lead a life that is good in morality in within Christ. And then ultimately you live a life that is, in Christ's image as best you can. And then hopefully, he knows you at the gates. So that's why the tree is here.
So from a Christian standpoint, we can give an account for why the tree would be here, but also how the tree is here.
Right.
Okay. Can you do that under an atheist position?
So yes.
Okay, go
so
ahead.
Under an atheist position, they would reference the evolution theory. So Big Bang, the world's evolution from that point forward. So the evolution of the universe into the solar system, or the solar system from the evolution of the universe. Life began, let's skip all the hundreds of millions of years that the Earth was developing, and then that tree came out of some, seed that was mutated, et cetera, and that's why the tree got here. So the origins of the tree are less important than the idea of morality and logic.
Is there any purpose
for non-believers?
Is there any purpose under evolutionary theory?
There is a purpose. So everything under evolutionary theory, everything that is on Earth today, follows.
No. See, you said the purpose is everything that is on Earth today follows.
You gotta let me get through the sentence.
I want you to speak about why it's on Earth. Evolution starts with random mutation. Yeah. Evolution of life starts with random mutation. And if you're speaking about Big Bang theory, then Big Bang cosmology theory, this just randomly happened it just randomly happened. Like, things just exploded and then the universe expanded over time, over millions and billions of years. But why did the Big Bang happen?
Okay, but we don't necessarily know why.
Okay, so listen, if you don't,
we don't know. Hold on, we don't know why God created the earth and the heavens and let there be light. We don't actually know why.
We do know. You already explained why.
No, tell me why.
You just explained why. So I'm asking you've
explained. Why did he create the heavens and the earth?
No, you already explained the why.
You don't have an answer
to the best of your ability. I want you now. If you as a Christian, if you don't know, and you're kind of contradicting yourself.
I don't think you have an answer.
You've already explained why, but now you're going back and saying that that wasn't a why. So I'm asking you real quick. Please give an account or a justification to why the Big Bang happened. If there's no why to the Big Bang happen, there's no purpose, there's no telos, there's something that just is, but how does it get to an ought, how things should be, right? Put it like this. Let me give you a quick example. Did you ever create anything? Did you ever create anything? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, before you created something, you had some intention behind the thing that you created, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure. Can you even fathom creating something without any intention?
I mean, I don't. No, not
okay,
me.
Got it. And you would take that same human ability, and under your Christian lens, you would map that on. Well, we were created in God's image. I see that I'm a small g, a little creator. Everything that I've ever created had some intention and some purpose behind it. We're created in God's image. God created us. Everything that He created had some intention and some purpose to it. You get what I'm saying? If we then strip away the creator and we say that just things happen, I need you to then explain where is the intention and purpose coming from without a creator.
So what you're asking me to explain to you is how did the Big Bang Theory, which is not explainable, right?
Okay,
wait, that's what I'm
saying.
Listen,
if it isn't explainable,
hold on,
this is the point. No, listen.
You got to let me respond.
That's the point. No, you're not understanding. Listen,
there is no
stop it real
explanation
quick.
to the Big Bang Theory.
If there is no explanation, you cannot give any account or an epistemic justification for the telos. That's
not
true.
A good response.
You're saying that there's no, we don't know. If you say that we don't know, then that's not giving an account or justification for the thing.
Astronomers, the scientists don't know that. There's not a hypothesis out. There's not a theory out pre-Big Bang.
You just don't understand.
Did you hear about anything but pre-Big Bang? Have you ever heard of something?
You just don't. You don't get it. You don't get the level of question that I'm asking you. And I've been asking for it. Like I've been asking it like 1,000,001 times. But I'm gonna get another caller up, man. Have a good one, bro.
Good day, bro. Good day.
Good day. He just couldn't answer the question. And then he admits that he can't answer the question. Well, if you can't answer, you can answer the question for the Christian lens. You can give an account for it. A good reason why we are here and how we are here. But under the atheist lens, when you try to like empathize with those atheist friends that you have, there's no reason to how and why we're here. Like you can say Big Bang. That's your how. But why the Big Bang? Why not a small bang? Pause. No Diddy. Had to give me the sound effect, right? So he's just lying. He's like, not even lying. He had no argument. It was all bad arguments. He had no justification, no account, nothing at all. All right, next caller. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age. Name and age. Yo, you live. This guy's not paying attention. All right, next caller. All right, chat. We got 3 prompts. Anybody that wants to debate via YouTube, you can just click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments so you can come up and debate. For the folks on TikTok, we got 3 prompts. Age gap relationships are morally good. Prompt 2, morality and logic can't be grounded without God. Prompt 3, women single and 30 are losers. So let's get some of these atheists up here and some of these feminists up here to argue these prompts. For the TikTok folks, you can just request to come on up and I'll bring you up immediately. For the YouTube folks, again, click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. All right. Let me see what the chat's saying real quick. Yeah, he got cooked bad. Cooked bad. He got cooked real bad, bro. He just couldn't answer the question. And like, you know, I gave him a lot of grace. Like I let him speak a whole lot. And also obfuscate off of the point that I'm making or obfuscate off of the topic. But I'm like, it's okay. I'll will him back in. I'll get him back in. Which I did. Like he literally doesn't understand that there's no purpose when it comes to evolution. So if you're going to appeal to evolution for morality, like, come on, bro. Like you're not going to get yourself from how things are to how things should be. It's just not going to happen under an atheist lens. Atheists cannot give an epistemic justification or any account for the possibility of morality under their atheist worldview. Think about it this way. Also for that caller, if you're still listening, think about it this way. If it's the case that on the grand scale, there's no purpose, then all of the particulars would be purposeless as well. So if you have a position or a worldview where there's no intention, there's no telos, there's not going to be any intention or telos for anything else. That would be, if there is, you would then have to make some sort of justification for it. Well, where did this telos just magically appear from, right? It's like this. If you bake a cake, it's a chocolate cake. They got all the ingredients that a chocolate cake should have. It doesn't then have strawberries in it. Like you can't then say, well, yeah, it got strawberries in it, but you started it off with all of the ingredients for it to be. So I'll explain it this way. If you mix the batter up and it's for chocolate cake and you put that nigga in the oven and then in 20 minutes or however long it takes for the cake to be done, you're expecting a strawberry chocolate cake. Nigga, where did the strawberries come from? Strawberries isn't going to magically appear in the cake if all of the ingredients and the purpose of you creating, making the cake was for it to be chocolate cake. It's not going to be a strawberry chocolate cake. It just makes no sense. So on the grand scale of things, if there's no purpose, there's no telos, all of the little particulars within things, and the conclusion of it is not going to be any intention or any purpose. That's for anything. That's for anything that you create. That's for anything that you think about. Like, you go ahead and write a book. The purpose of the book was to speak about, you know, me and my homies was on a block and did a drive-by. That's the purpose of the book. The drive-by. You wrote the book for that. But then the book is done. Then someone reads the book, you hand the book off, and then someone reads the book and they're like, man, this is a very good book about hunting. I mean, about planting seeds. It's a great book about planting. Like, nigga, what? The book, it says nothing about planting in a book. Planting fruits and vegetables, nothing about that is in a book. You're just making that up. Like, you're inserting that in there. So these atheist folks, oh yeah, the world is evolution. You know, evolution starts with random mutation, then natural selection and stuff like that. And oh, Big Bang Theory. Yeah, Big Bang Theory, you know, things just, you know, time, space, matter, all of these things came at once and, you know, it just happened. All right, but why did it happen? I don't know why. Currently in the world right now, we have morals. We have morality. We have a sense of morals. Where did that come from? Give me an account. Give me an epistemic justification. They can't. They can never do it. All right. Let's see if this guy is prepared this time. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And get your name and age.
Hello? Oh,
yeah.
Dang. Sorry, I'm having like 3 different conversations right now. I actually wanted to thank you for what you do. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not wasting your time right now. But I wanted to thank you for what you do, and I also wanted to ask you, I know you make money from doing this, but why is it that you do what you do?
It's not question. Are you here to debate, man? I guess it's not question. Yeah, it's debate night, bro. Yeah.
The only thing that I disagree with, I agree with age gap relationships. They work well because men mature faster and all that jazz. And also men need to be able to provide a nest for a woman to have chicks. Morality and logic can't be grounded without God. Absolutely agree with that. People will try to argue that nations that are secular don't, you know, have the same moral compasses that Christian nations do, but they merely adopted those from Christian nations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you agree with all of the prompts then?
All except the last one.
Zoe, I see you in here, Zoe. You're up next. So the last one is women single and 30 are losers. You want me to go ahead and give you my perspective on that?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Sure. So when I say that, you know, I'm being hyperbolic here, you know what I mean? Exaggerating to an extent, but exaggerating on one end, but not exaggerating when it comes to the dating and relationship aspect. So when we look at women are born with their sexual value in the dating marketplace. They don't really have to become. Men tend to just accept women for how they are. So their main job and duty in society, from my standpoint, and that you love it. And I think that most women, please check network setting. Okay, 1 second. Give me a second here. I just gotta. Folks on YouTube, let me know if my stream is lagging. I just got a notification that it possibly could be lagging. Are you getting any lag from me on TikTok right now?
A slight bit.
A slight bit. Okay. Yeah, I figured that. I just got a notification on both my phone and my computer for my Wi-Fi. Okay, sorry. Where was I? So when we're looking at it from a dating and relationship aspect, once again, women are born with their sexual value in the dating marketplace. They don't really have to become, there's no burden of performance on a woman because men's standards are less. Like a man would accept a woman that works at McDonald's. We're not really looking for the woman to protect and provide. As long as she's beautiful and can follow our lead and submit to us, oh, totally fine. But a woman would not accept a man that works at McDonald's. The woman is, her standards are much higher, so she's looking for a man to become. Also, when we are looking at a woman that's single and 30, I would say generally speaking, women just don't want to have a short-term relationship with a man. They normally look at long-term relationships with a man. The only types of women that deal with men for short-term, they're broken, meaning that they've done it for so long, their heart been broken. They dealt with so many men where they're fine with a hot girl summer, right? That doesn't like make them feel.
The question is, why have they done that so long?
I got you. I'm gonna get there. Yeah, that doesn't make them feel like less than, because they're broken. They already got there. So when I'm saying that women are 30 and single, they're losers. They're losers to themselves because generally speaking, most women want a long-term relationship with a man that they want. And if they can't find that man and get a man to commit to them, then they're a loser. Just like a man. If we look at what's the equal opposite equivalent to a 30-year-old woman that's single? Well, I would say that that's a 30-year-old man that's a virgin. He's a loser. Does this make sense to you?
To a certain extent,
Okay.
maybe
Let me know your
portion.
points of contention.
Well, my primary issue is that, that everything that you said is to assume that the majority of men are capable and prepared and willing to do everything that a woman needs to be stable enough to have a family, kids, and to basically commit themselves lifelong. If you look at the general population of men, they aren't that great. I mean, a lot of women don't have choices, or they're sold lies, basically. And I know you're a red pill guy, so I would like you to think about everything you've seen as far as manipulative tactics, marketing, all that stuff that is targeted directly at women, picking on their weaknesses. And I think the biggest burden is on men because men have not fought against this system. Men are actually profiting off of this system of targeting women and selling them false goods, basically, marketing nonsense to them 24/7. I mean, this has been going on since the 60s, brother. Like, women have been under attack and used and manipulated in order to make money, in order to break families so that you can make twice the money on rentals and shit like that. I think there's way too much blame on women and not enough accountability when it comes to men.
Got it.
And even to the extent of men dealing in sex work and stuff like that. I mean, men contribute to this problem a lot. Men break their promises and break their oaths that they took when they married a woman all the fucking time. I think that one, number 3, I disagree with.
Okay,
damn near 80%.
Got it. So I got some refutations to what you said, right? So basically you're making the argument that, it's not all on women. Men need to take some accountability. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, right? But when we're looking at things, manipulation tends to happen when you focus and you think about the effects of things instead of getting to the root cause of things. So grape is illegal. The reason why grape is illegal is because men are benevolent. We love our mothers, our daughters, our aunties, and our women cousins. So grape is illegal. And grape is illegal, which then gives women the privilege to be courted by other men, meaning that men have to court you. If they don't court you, they just want to take from you. There's going to be consequences for their bad behavior, which then it gives women privilege, and with great responsibility, you have to take some accountability. If you're responsible for your key of sex, because since grape is illegal, women do have the key of sex. A man can't have sex with them unless they grant access to sex with the man. So my argument is these women are choosing men that aren't fit for good long-term relationships all the way until they're 30. You get what I'm saying? And if they're doing that, they're a loser because they have no burden of performance on them to be better. Men just accept them for who they are. So it's up to them to operate and have some more discernment and to choose better. I would say that you said that, well, there's a lot of men that lie to women and manipulate women. I would say that, you know what? Yeah, there's a good percentage, but there's a huge percentage of men that don't lie to women and don't manipulate them. They'll love them for who they are. They'll cherish them. A lot of men are simps. They'll worship the ground that these women walk on. The truth is these women standards are so high that they disqualify all of these guys that would be good long-term mating choices for them. But they don't want them. Like Brad that works at Chipotle, he's not going to cheat on you. And he does have aspirations of becoming a lawyer. Probably take him some time to get there, but he's not going to cheat. He's going to respect you, your family. He's going to love you, and he's willing to take a bullet for you. But Katie, she doesn't want Brad. Katie, she wants to be flown out to Miami and get her cheeks clapped by Jamal. So women are 30 and single because of their own choices. It has nothing to do with men in society. Men in society, we did our job. Grape is illegal. You actually have to court the woman, which then gives power to the woman. Because if other men don't adhere to that, there's consequences for it. So women have the power of choice, of selection, selecting the best man that they can find. And I'll tell you, there's more good men that would respect a woman and won't cheat on a woman than there are the men that will do it. Only a small percentage of men actually have the capability to cheat. A third of men between the ages of 18 and 30 is either a virgin or haven't had sex in a year. So most men, it's hard for them to get sex. So what I'm telling you is, bro, like you're just looking at things wrong. Like you're viewing the world wrong because you manipulated yourself, because you haven't focused on the root of things, the cause of it, and you focus all on the effects of things. But I'll land my plane there.
Well, I think you're missing out on the extent that a lot of men will go, because most men that are just, playing the crowd or whatever, they're usually dating slightly down. So the woman is going to jump at the opportunity. And then it's very easy for them to then lay out a set of bullshit lies.
What men are dating down?
Well, they're not dating. They're smashing down. I'll put it that way. They're basically like leading women on.
But you're forgetting, how can they even smash? They're smashing.
All right, just to kind of explain the extent. That
like you're missing a whole clunk of things. It's like you're talking about these small percentage of guys that smashing these women, but how can they smash? They can only smash is because women allow them to smash. So it's women that's making.
Incels because
listen. There's women that's choosing. It's women that's choosing certain types of men. And those men do not want a long-term relationship with them, which means that, like, if you walk into, let me ask you a question. If you walk into an ice cream.
When it comes to corn, men are the ones going after that. So, sorry, my buddies are commenting.
It's all good. If you walk into an ice cream store, right, and you have all of this choice, it's like, you know what? You walk in there, and the owner of the ice cream store tells you, what's your name, by the way?
Brad.
It's a good name for you. Brad, you walk into an ice cream store. The owner of the store says, hey, Brad, you can choose any ice cream you want. But there's some ice creams over here that it could probably... Now, do you have any allergies to anything, Brad?
No.
Got a peanut allergy? And what's your favorite ice cream?
Chocolate.
Chocolate.
Just
All
like
right.
women.
Is anything else in the chocolate? Like you got Rocky Road or just straight chocolate?
Straight chocolate.
Straight chocolate. Okay. So you walk into the ice cream store. The owner says, listen, Brad, you can choose any ice cream you want, many different flavors. You got chocolate, vanilla, Rocky Road. You got the rainbow colors. You got all of the butter pecan, Puerto Rican. You got all of the ice cream flavors. Now, on each of these,
free trial.
So real quick, on each of these in the ice cream store, it has labels on them, and it has the side effects from each for you eating or tasting the ice cream. One of the side effects is you'll get diarrhea. The other side effects is you'll get a headache. Another side effect is you won't be able to sleep. You'll be sleep deprived. And on the chocolate one, which is your favorite one, Brad, well, there's a side effect to it. You'll become addicted to it. And by you becoming addicted to it, that'll lead to obesity and a lot of other health problems to it because chocolate is just addictive, right? Now, this is hypothetically speaking. Now you go in here and you're like, wow, all of these ice creams. Wow, wow, wow. But it's just something in you. Chocolate is your favorite. And you just keep eating the chocolate, keep eating the chocolate, keep eating the chocolate. And you get fat, you get obese, you get freaking cancer. And you're like, I blame it on the owner. It's the owner's fault, man. It's all of your fault. No, Brad, you're at fault because it was your choice to eat the chocolate. You knew the side effects of eating the chocolate, just like women know the side effects of sleeping with a man that got 1 million Instagram followers and he's a basketball player. You think he's going to be loyal to you? No. Women know the truth, but they still want to go ahead and be with that guy because they want to get their cheeks clapped because of their hypergamous nature. So women know the choices that they make is going to normally end up being bad. It's not going to resort to any long-term longevity. But they still choose to do it because they love chocolate, just like you.
So you're arguing for the simps.
Did you get it?
I mean,
Did
that's
you
what
understand anything I said?
No, I do. But what all I'm saying is, it sounds to me like you're saying.
How am I arguing for the simps?
Okay, let me finish. It sounds like what you're saying is women are bad for choosing the best man they have the opportunity with. And how I look at it is maybe men should fucking try harder. Maybe men should like try to do more than the most basic fucking shit they can do.
All right, so real quick, no cussing since we're live on TikTok and YouTube. Men, just no cussing, Brad. No cussing.
Okay. Most of the men that I know work basic 9 to 5s.
Sure.
They do nothing after work. Most of them rent. They haven't even like saved up 10K, 15K to buy a house.
You're using an anecdotal.
Like, brother. Like,
you're using your anecdotal observation and you're trying to make this analogous.
Look it up.
Yep.
You have a computer in front of you. You look up the statistics of homeowners. Look at the percentage of males.
Real quick, Brad. What is a simp to you?
Simps are men. Simps are men basically who will do anything and everything to please a woman.
Got it. Now, I'm not making
the same thing, but basically.
No. I'm not making an argument for women to.
Are more hostile.
Yeah, I'm not making an argument for women to date simps because I don't think that I don't think that you're a simp just because you'll be loyal to a woman. No, that doesn't make you a simp. My claim,
that's
real quick,
standard.
My claim is that if you're single and 30, well, most women that's single and 30, they're not virgins. They're having sex with men, but they want a long-term relationship with some of these men, but the men that they're choosing don't want a long-term relationship with them. Or they're choosing men to sleep with where they don't want a long-term relationship with them, right? So I'm saying that they're making poor choices on mate selection. So it's their fault. Now, when you're speaking about simps,
well, they shouldn't be giving it up. I mean, that's a good point.
Okay, got it. But like, you're really not making like an argument here to refute my point, right? My point is very simple. If women have the privilege of choice, like you had the privilege of choosing whatever ice cream you wanted, well, with great responsibility, but with great power comes great responsibility. And women have the power of choice. They get to choose the guy that they want to have sex with because they have the key to sex. And with that being said, with great power comes great responsibility. So they are responsible for the men that they sleep with. You get what I'm saying? And they're choosing men that only want to sleep with them and don't want to commit to them. So it's their fault, it's not men's fault. Men in society, in America, we did our job. Rape is illegal. All men have to court women. If not, there's consequences. Thus, women have the key to sex. They have the power of choice. These women choose to select men that do not exhibit good long-term relationship characteristic traits. Thus, they're 30 and single and they're losers. All right, I'm gonna get the next caller, man. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right, that was a good conclusion. I like that conclusion. All right, let's get the next caller. Zoe. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
My name's Zoe. I'm 19.
All right, and what prompt do you want to debate, Zoe?
Let's go for the one we were just debating. Number 3, women single and 30 are losers.
Okay, you're 19, so you ain't got a lot of time to lock down a man, or you are going to be a loser.
Yeah, I don't want a man. I want a woman.
Oh, you're lesbian.
I'm sorry. The way you just said that. Yes, I am a lesbian. Okay. I am a lesbian.
Right.
Is there an issue with that? If I'm 30 and I'm single, but I'm really successful, let's put it this way. Let's say I am a woman. I am 30 years old. I'm single, but I'm extremely successful. I might make 6 figures a year. And I'm a loser, even though I'm doing way better than most men are, yet I'm a loser. Let's say, let's go with that, because how are you going to say a woman who's successful and doing very well for herself is a loser just because she's single or not with a man? Yeah. I'd love to know your perspective on that.
Let me ask you a question. So when you're, like generally from what you've observed and stuff, when women at functions, when women go to functions and there's men there and stuff like that, and girls get together, when you and your friend group, or even maybe from what since you're pretty young, maybe what you've observed from your, seeing your mother or your father or your grandfather and grandmother.
Oh, my grandparents are dead, sir.
Okay, well, your parents at least, or your peers.
Oh, my parents are divorced, sir.
Oh, they're divorced too? Okay, so maybe that example won't work. So let me just tell you. My position simply is, well, in society, we don't really care what women do. We don't really honor them. They're not really honored from the things that they accomplish, like their career or how much money they make. Women are honored by what they create, like the family they create, the man, the high status man that they can lock down. So that's how women are usually looked at, to be like, okay, she's successful. She won in life because she has a family and a man that loves, admires, and respects her, right? When a woman is creating something, it's like, okay, cool, but we already have men that created basically everything and can do it better. So you're not really valued under the same microscope as men are valued as.
And that's wrong.
Well, it's not a wrong thing. That's just how it is, because men and women are valued differently.
And they shouldn't be. It should be equal.
Well, are men and women equal?
They're not, and that's the issue.
Okay, so if it's the case that men and women aren't equal, and that's an issue, do you have like some magic wand to make us equal? Like we are different biologically speaking?
No, sir, I don't. But it's people like you who are the issue. People who believe that women are only valued because they hold the key to sex.
I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that. That's weird.
Would you fuck a man?
And also,
would you fuck a man? Would you fuck a man?
Also, on the channel, I have to mute you because you're cussing. So don't use the F word, right? Don't use profanity. We're live on TikTok, and I'm also live on YouTube. I don't want to be banned. So I'll keep you up here, but no cussing. Now, to answer that dumb question, no, I'm not gay like you are, right? So the answer is no. Now, do you have another question? You're unmuted.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Okay, so I'm just, let's go to prompt number one. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Why do you say?
Sure, go ahead.
Why do you say age gaps are morally good. And by age gaps, do you mean people who are under 18 with those over 18?
I'm speaking about adults.
Adults.
Yeah.
And what makes them morally good?
I don't see anything immoral about an 18-year-old dating a 30-year-old. Nothing would be immoral about just the age. Is there something immoral to you about that?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Give me what would be immoral
could
about.
Literally be the 18-year-old's parent. You don't see something wrong with that?
That could be logically possible. He would have to, plant his seed.
Whoa.
When he's 12.
Why are we automatically assuming the man is older?
But yeah, anyways, so your argument is.
So you're ignoring my
that
question.
it
Why
can
are we
be,
assuming the man is older?
It really doesn't
Why are
matter
we
if the
assuming?
man or the woman. Men normally date down, women normally date up when it comes to age. So generally speaking, it's good to make an assumption that the man would just be generally older. But I see that you probably find it hard to speak or think in generalities. So I'm going to ask the question again to you. So what is immoral about a 18-year-old woman dating a 30-year-old man?
That man could be her father.
It's not her father.
That's gross.
It's not her father, though.
No, but it's just the fact that that man has been alive for that many more years.
Okay. And
that man has way more experience on Earth.
More experience means that correlates to immorality if you're more experienced. So if it's the case that experience is what you're harping on, the man being more experienced, then is it immoral if a woman the same age dates, they're both 30 years old and they're dating, but the man is, he has more sexual experience than the woman? Would that be immoral because he's experienced more in the bedroom than she has? But they're the same age?
I'm not talking about more experience in the bedroom, first of all.
Well, you said experience. So if it's the case that experience makes something immoral, I need you to make the correlation to how someone having more experience in any subcategory means that it's immoral.
It's just immoral, dude. Like, that's wrong. It's disgusting. He's so much older than her. He knows more than her, and it would be easy for him to manipulate her, and vice versa.
Do you think
the woman
that
was older, she could manipulate the man? It doesn't.
Do you think, if we're speaking about manipulation now, do you think that a 19-year-old girl dating a 19-year-old guy, do you think that 19-year-old guy that's the same age as his girlfriend is still capable of manipulating her?
Yeah.
Okay, so listen to this.
Okay.
Let me just elucidate this for you.
Go ahead. Be
So
delusional.
you start to say that age gap is immoral because of experience, but I already broke you down on that. Now you're saying age gap is immoral because of manipulation, but you can be the same age as someone and still manipulate someone, or you can be older than someone and still manipulate them. So it can't be manipulation.
So the person who is younger is more susceptible.
I'm asking you about the age. Give me the reason why age is immoral, not experience and manipulation. That's the question I'm asking you.
Because the older that they are, or the younger that they are,
It doesn't matter. You can be the same age and still manipulate someone.
You can.
Okay.
You are correct on that.
All right.
But because of age, that amplifies it. And that amplification is immoral.
So because of age, it amplifies the person's ability to manipulate someone. I know 18-year-old girls that manipulate men. Think about the Shannon Sharp situation. He was dating a 22-year-old girl. He's like 55. And that 22-year-old girl manipulated him and got $50 million from him by claiming, by making false accusations on him. So what I'm telling you is it has nothing to do with the age. It has everything to do with the person. You're making all of your arguments are about the character of the person, is not about the age. I'm asking you, why is age gap immoral, not the character of the person, because you can manipulate someone at 18 and manipulate someone at 30.
The age has so much to do with it. The age genuinely has so much to do with it. It has to do with
if
their
you
maturity.
can manipulate someone
It has to do with
at any age?
You can, yes. I'm not saying you cannot manipulate someone at a young age. I'm saying because they are older, it is easier for them to manipulate someone who is younger and naive.
How if I just gave you an example of a young 22-year-old girl manipulating a 55-year-old man out of $50 million? And
that is wrong.
I know it's wrong, but that refutes your point. Do you know who Anna Nicole Smith is? Okay, do you know who Anna Nicole Smith is? Anna Nicole Smith, you're probably too young because you're 19 years old, but she was a model at some point. She used to model for Hugh Hefner, I believe, in Playboy magazine. But she was a model and she dated this older guy that was like 80 something years old. And she dated him because she knew he was going to die. And when he died, she took all of his wealth. And she was like almost a billionaire, or she was worth like hundreds of millions of dollars because she dated him for the wealth. So this is a younger person manipulating an older man. So it doesn't mean that the older man is going to manipulate the younger girl. That doesn't correlate because it doesn't matter about the age. It depends on the character of the person and their moral scope and what they would do to manipulate someone. Like you can manipulate someone at 19 and 30 or 50. That has nothing to do with the age on why you would manipulate them.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, but okay.
I don't think you're listening. Can you repeat back what I said?
Sir, it doesn't matter if I repeat it back or not, but okay. First of all, you're just first of all, misinformed.
Okay. Inform me, please.
I've tried to. Am I on? Okay, to the person in the comments saying, am I on my dad's insurance? I'm not. My dad's dead, honey. Second of all.
Yeah, don't worry about reading the comments. Let's just have the debate, or I got to get someone else up. So ask a question.
Okay, but you know what? Let's go back to the debate for number 3 then.
Okay, so now you're pivoting back. All right, well, let's go back to number 3. Okay, go back. Sure. So women single and 30 are losers. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain that one more time for me.
Okay. So I'll give you the short argument since you've already heard me arguing with the last person that was up. When I'm speaking about women single and 30 are losers, because the majority of women, generally speaking, when women deal with men, they don't deal with men for short-term purposes. They normally deal with men for long-term purposes. There are women that do deal with men for short-term purposes, but normally those women are broken. Now, the majority of women, they deal with men for long-term purposes. And if the woman is 30 years old and she can't attract and retain the man that she wants, then she's a loser because she was dealing with these men for long-term purposes and can't get what she wants. It's like an incel, right? If a guy is involuntary celibate, he wants to have sex, but these girls disqualify him, well, he's a loser. The woman that's 30 wants a relationship from a man, but she can't get that relationship from the man that she wants. She's a loser. There you go.
Okay. Now let's go with this. What if she doesn't want a man? What if she doesn't want a man?
Again, the claim and the argument is about the majority. I believe that the majority of women in the world want a relationship with a man.
And what if that's not the majority of women?
That is the majority of women. That's the majority of all human beings.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, it doesn't make her a loser just because of a man. A man does not decide her value. And her sexual value, as you were talking about before, doesn't mean anything. That woman could go on to create literally so much more than a man could. She could be so much more successful. She could save lives. She could go on to be a doctor.
What's the probability of a woman? What's the probability of a woman doing something to create more than a man? Just probability is extremely low. Women don't really create. What they do create, they don't
create, but they do give birth, right? They create life.
Well, along with a man, so it takes 2 to have a baby. So if it's the case that
not if you get artificially inseminated.
Where does that sperm come from? Okay, exactly, a man. So What exactly is your argument or your point of contention with prompt 3? Because I'm essentially saying, I don't think that you understand. I'm essentially saying that a 30-year-old woman that's single, she's a loser because generally speaking, women want a long-term relationship with a man. And if they can't attract and retain the man that they want,
So
they're a
because
loser just like
she doesn't have a man, she's a loser? What if she's so successful in life?
What? Okay.
It doesn't matter if she has
I'm
a
not
man.
speaking-
Men do not make women more powerful. Men do not decide the value of women.
Okay. Again, so I need you to think in two ways.
You're the
when we're
reasons
speaking
why
about
abortion exists. Your mother
humanly
should have
value,
aborted you.
I don't think that. No, that's crazy that you. Then she leaves. I think your mother should have aborted you. Why didn't you stay? I would love to have an abortion debate with you. And you know what's funny? Like, they'll say something and just leave. Like, look, she rage quit off because she had no good arguments. Well, I think your mother should have aborted you. And then she just leaves. Like, already tell the way you get thinking and thinking was just that of a slur. Now, she claims that she's a lesbian. Well, I would say that, well, what made you want to become a lesbian? Probably because you was too promiscuous when you were in your younger years. And they're just like, oh, God dang, I don't know. It broke you. And now you want to go on over to the same sex. She had no good arguments. Maya or Maya, I see you backstage via YouTube. You click the link. If you can turn on your camera and I'll bring you up. Let me go ahead and refresh this real quick. Okay, there we go. Looks like I was having some bad internet connection. If you guys can put a 1 in the chat and let me know if the internet connection is good and I'm not lagging or anything, that'll help out. If my interconnection is bad and there is a lag, put a 2 in the chat. Thanks. But yeah, man, that 19-year-old got destroyed bad. Bad. Like, the only reason why she's a lesbian, she claims she's a lesbian, is because she was promiscuous in her past. That usually what happens with women. Like, when women like, oh yeah, I like girls, like normally, right? Because that's just a sexual perversion. So something happened, you was dealing with certain men, they broke your heart, or, you know, they cheated on you, and then you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna like stop speaking to the opposite sex, I'm gonna speak to the same sex. It's normally what happens. No one is born gay, right? All right, let's get the next callers up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And get your name and age.
Gil.
All right, Gil. What prompt? 43. What prompt do you want to debate?
Hey, you know what? Actually, I don't want to debate. I just want to see you do a good job. I've been watching you on YouTube. I watch your podcast. You're a great dude, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate the love, man. Let me get the next caller. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support, chat, everybody that's in here, but I am looking for some debate, so let's get the next caller up. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm 19.
Okay. This is Zoe again. All right, what happened, Zoe?
I just wanted to talk about how you said that I must be a lesbian because I was promiscuous in my youth. I've been lesbian since I was in literally like the first grade, the second grade, bro, like the third grade. Yeah. I literally was born a lesbian. I've always liked girls. Never dated a guy, mind you.
You weren't born
I just wanted to say that. Have a horrible evening.
You weren't born that. So don't go anywhere. Let's have the conversation. Little kids, bro. Like they run from the conversation. So you said that you were a lesbian from the first grade, which means that you weren't born that. You just contradicted and refuted your entire point. How can you say that you're not born a lesbian, but you were a lesbian in first grade? I believe when you're in first grade, you're about 6 years old, which means that you had a good 6 or 7 years of not being a lesbian. So you weren't born that. You didn't come out of the womb thinking about sex. That's just a lie. Now, what happens is with the gays, normally it's some sort of, something happens, right? It's some form of influence, right? They take on the likings of what their father would like, or if it's a guy, they take on the likings of what their mother would like. So she's a girl, and she adopted the attraction triggers of her father because her father likes girls. And if it's a boy, he took on the attraction triggers of his mother because the mother is attracted to, guys. So when we're looking at the gays, gay is an action, right? That's all it is. It's an action. And if we're speaking about the attraction part, well, you just said that you were attracted to women in the first grade, which would infer that you were not attracted to women before that. She literally refuted her point in her own sentences, and she didn't even realize it. Maya, if you are, okay, that Maya person left. I turned it on. It's a little dark. Okay, Maya, if you want to come up and debate, turn on your camera and make sure your light is on wherever you're at, and I'll bring you back up. I'll bring you up. Okay. Let's get the next caller up.
Hi there.
Hey, welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Stefan, 33.
All right. What prompt do you want to debate?
Prompt number 1, age gap relationships are morally good. Now, could you explain that real quickly?
Yeah. So when we look at morals, I'm just saying that there's nothing wrong with an age gap relationship with adults. So like an 18-year-old girl dating a guy that's 30 years old, the age wouldn't make that immoral. Something else could, make that relationship bad or sour, but it wouldn't be the age alone. So that's my position on it.
Okay, and then you're saying that 18, is there an age limit, or what's the minimum here?
Well, I'm just saying that grown adults, right? It wouldn't be anything immoral about the age itself.
Yeah, I agree with that. But however, is there a cutoff age where it's when does it become immoral?
For adults, it wouldn't be anything, as long as they're adults, a woman and a man.
Okay.
The age itself wouldn't make it immoral.
Okay. All right, no questions now. I'm done. No problem.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Yeah, so it can be other things that would make it immoral. So say if there's an 18-year-old girl and she's dating a guy that's 50. And the reason she's dating this guy that's 50 is because she wants to get on his life insurance policy. Or she, has nefarious actions to do to get something other than a genuine, honest, loyal relationship with the man, then, that can be some immoral activity there. But the age itself wouldn't actually make it immoral for two adults. Now, if you disagree, come on up and let's debate. All right, let's get the next caller. Oh, I think Zoe is back. Let's see what she says again. Hey, Zoe, don't run this time.
Nobody's scared of you, thank you.
All right, so you're not going to run?
I need you
even me. That's
You've
my
been running
sister,
a lot.
bro. That's not even me. That's my sister.
You need to be running on the treadmill. Let's be real.
Okay. All right. That's all you got, little 19-year-old. Do you want to make an argument, or do you want to just, make jokes? If you want to make jokes, we can do it. I'm with that. How about you turn on your camera? Because you are an adult. So I would definitely roast a 19-year-old. You can get cooked up here. So how about you turn on your camera? Let me see you.
She's a year younger than me. You're
okay.
slow.
Let me. Oh, y'all both legal. 18 and 19. Great. Turn on your camera. Let's have a roast section. Let's have a roast session.
Yeah, we're legal.
Meaning that you're legally to be on my stream to get roasted. I can't talk to little kids. So turn on your camera.
I'm okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, you're out of here. Peace. Because you got no arguments. Bye-bye. Scared. Listen, I'm with the smoke chat. These little shorties will get roasted. She said that you need to run on a treadmill. I don't know what she said. Like, what? My physique is immaculate. You must not know who I am. My physique is immaculate. But the thing is, let's turn on your camera. Let's see what you look like. All right. Next caller.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, man?
Yeah. Name, age, and where you from?
My name is Robert. I'm 55 from Gilchrist, Florida.
Okay. What prompt do you want to debate?
I'm looking at three of your things: age gap, morality and logic, grounded with God, and women single are losers. 30 are losers.
Yeah, those are the three prompts. What prompt do you want to debate?
I want to say age gap relationships are morally good. First of all, I think an older woman and a younger man tend to work out a little bit better.
Okay, fair enough.
And
I there can definitely be pros. This will be something that we agree on, though. There can be, many benefits from a younger girl dating an older guy, like the protection and providing aspect. It can be many benefits for the guy. He's getting a woman that can bear him the most children in her most fertile years. So there can be many aspects that can be beneficial as far as the age. But that's fine. We agree. I'm looking for a debate. So do you have any opposing views on any of the other prompts? Like prompt 2, are you an atheist?
No, sir, I'm not an atheist. I believe in Jesus Christ. I died 4 times. I met Jesus Christ.
They always got a troll at the end, bro. Hey, yo, TikTok is type funny, though. Like, why you got a troll at the end? I died 4 times. I met Jesus. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Maya, okay, I see you came back in. I'll bring you up. I got 2 more callers before you, and I'll bring you up. Just stay backstage. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Hi.
Name and age?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Name and age.
Oh, John Lee, 40.
40. And what prompt do you want to debate?
Yeah, I'm just watching. All
right, man. Then watch backstage. Don't request to come up. These guys, man, crazy work. Crazy work. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age.
Fugazee, you threw me out. I wasn't trolling you, man. I promise.
Oh, you did die 4 times and come back. All right, man. But you're not here to debate, bro.
Honest.
Hey, yo. This guy funny. Athena, I see you in here watching, Athena. Okay, the 19-year-old still is coming back up, but I got a debater back here. Maya, where you at? I was just about to bring you up, Maya. If anybody else wants to come up besides the 19-year-old, oh, maybe she has her camera on. Let's give her one more chance. Let's see. If she doesn't have her camera on, she's getting booted. But if the camera is on, Oh, we could definitely have a crack session. Someone said, please be white. Oh, she's definitely white. She talks white. I could just tell that she's white. She got white thoughts. No, I'm playing. All right, looks like all right, where's your camera? Turn your camera on.
I'm okay.
All right, bye.
Go fuck your.
That's the last time you come up. I was giving you one more chance to turn on your camera, but I guess not. All right, chat. Anybody wants to debate via TikTok, request to come up. We got 3 prompts. Age gap relationships are morally good. Morality and logic can't be grounded without God. Women single and 30 are losers. If anybody wants to debate any of those 3 prompts, just request to come up via TikTok. I'll bring you up. For the folks on YouTube, you can click the link that's pinned in a YouTube comment section, and you can request to come up there through Restream, and I'll bring you up. Even when I bring you up on YouTube, you'll still be able to be heard by the folks on TikTok. Just like you can hear the TikTok folks when I bring you up via YouTube, the TikTok folks will still be able to hear you. Someone in the chat says she's not video worthy. Yeah, man. Anytime a woman doesn't want to turn on her camera, she ugly. It is what it is, bro. She ugly, right? She's insecure. She doesn't feel secure enough how she looks at this very moment. Thus, she doesn't want to turn on her camera because she doesn't want to feel, right, ugly and be made fun of. All right, chat, let's go. Where's the debaters at? Let's get it. Let me see if I missed any super chats via YouTube. I don't think so. You guys are cheap tonight, man. You guys are cheap tonight, man. Let's see where we at. On YouTube, how many people we got? We got over 200 people in here on YouTube. Only, how many likes are we at? Only 133 likes? Nah, man, y'all got to get the likes up. What's going on YouTube? Get the likes up now. We need at least 200 likes. Let's go. Let's go. All the folks on TikTok, if you want to get the full experience of No Fugazee podcast, you can watch on YouTube. The audio is better. The video quality is better. I'm in a professional studio. On TikTok, I'm just right now streaming from my phone on TikTok, right? And I got my soundboard here so you can hear like certain sounds.
No Fugazee.
But if you watch on YouTube, the experience is much better. So I do recommend all of the 300 people watching on TikTok, come on over to YouTube. It's a much better experience. Trust and believe. All right, folks, I'm just waiting for debaters. Again, the debate prompts are age gap relationships are morally good. Prompt 2, morality and logic can't be grounded without God. So that's for the atheist. Prompt 3, women single and 30 are losers. All right. Looks like we're getting some more folks to come on up. And right before I bring up these folks, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. So I'll be back in literally 2 minutes. All right, we are back. We are back.
It was after.
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
I am Zay420 and I'm 40 years old.
All right, Zay. And what prompt do you want to debate?
This weird one. The age gap relationships are morally good.
Sure. And what's your argument against it?
Well, before I make an argument against it, I would like to for you to get more specifics about what you mean by age gap relationships.
Yeah, I don't think that as far as like, adults, grown adults, men and women, I don't think that there's anything immoral about the age itself. Like, I don't think that the age makes relationships immoral. I think that other things can make things bad or good, but yeah.
So basically, age is nothing but a number to you. As long as it's legal.
Well, again, I'm speaking about the morality aspect of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morally, it's not. You have no issue with it as long as it's legal.
Grown adults.
Yeah.
Grown
just for
biological adults, men and women.
You have no issues with it as long as by definition legal.
No, I'm not speaking about legal, right? Because that could change. I'm speaking about biology. What would make the man an adult and the woman an adult, right? That can legality things could change. Like, for an example, in certain states, a woman that's 16 years old would be considered like an adult, or 17 years old would be considered an adult in other states. And that will be considered legal for her to date a man, no matter what the age is. So legality, those things could change. I'm speaking about biology. What makes the person an adult, right? From a biological standpoint. So again, real quick, again, you haven't given me any argument. I've been explaining this to you. What don't you understand?
I'm just trying to get an understanding of what you mean by age gap relationships.
Yeah, so there's a gap in between the age
where that
for
actually
the
lands.
adults.
Yeah, when you say adult or for an adult person, like what do you mean by a woman? Does that mean
Again,
you said biologically?
Yeah,
right.
So again, listen, if it's the case that there's a gap in between the age itself, as far as these adults, an adult man and an adult woman, my claim is the age would make that relationship immoral. Okay, now please give me your positive claim on why age gap relationships are immoral. Go ahead.
Okay, so since we didn't actually arrive at what is actually
you want to arrive at, I've explained it 30 times.
You said adult, and you didn't define what that actually meant, or adult man and adult woman, and I asked if that was
from
the
a
age of 18.
biological sense. So it has nothing to do with legality. It has to do with the science. That's what it would have to do with what scientists has determined, which would be an adult man and an adult woman. I wouldn't find anything for this claim to be immoral with that type of relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
By biological adult, what do you mean by that? By biological adult woman, biological adult man, where does that line draw for you scientifically?
Yeah, so there's many different aspects what makes someone an adult. You can Google it if you want, but yeah.
Okay.
You want to go ahead and Google it? You can.
No, I don't need to
Google it for you if you want. So you can make a claim or an argument. Go ahead. I'll actually Google it for you. So
okay, go for it.
Makes connection is very, very bad right now. This is crazy. YouTube folks, can you guys even hear me properly right now? Because nothing is even working. I just tried to type this in. Anyways, yeah, it's not even working here for me to Google anything. But go ahead and give me an argument.
So yeah, if you want to, be somebody like R. Kelly and date women that are extremely young, hey, whether it's legal or not, or whether you consider somebody an adult biologically.
Are these women biologically adults?
Well, they can get pregnant, right?
That doesn't make you an adult.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, just because your reproductive organs.
You never landed on a position. You just say biologically.
Yeah, so that's why I was just trying to pull up something so we can reference it, right?
Yeah,
if we can reference something, then we can go ahead and pull it up.
That hasn't always been the case.
Again, I'm not speaking about. Again, I'm not speaking about
morality for trying to R. Kelly.
No. That's what you're trying to do. Again, I'm not speaking about legality, because the legalities, those things can change. That's why I made the biology argument. That wouldn't change as far as what would, not assume but what would make someone a grown adult. Not when your reproductive organs have, fully, okay, I can give you more to it just by thinking about it. So it wouldn't be a woman that, she's on her period now so she can get pregnant. Well, no, her body isn't at its fullest potential to give birth in the healthiest way. So scientifically, they discovered that, an 18-year-old, that's when her reproductive organs and her physical structure matches up where a baby can come out the birth canal and it would be healthy for her and the baby. So this is what is scientifically this will be scientifically proven. Something that, of course, that is much different than legalities, because those things could change. But I don't think that the biology of the woman is changing. You get what I'm saying?
I think so.
I'm appealing to an unchanging standard, which would be biology, not a changing standard, which would be legality. So, again, where's your argument?
So,
what's your problem with age gap relationships?
Well, my problem with age gap relationships mostly stems from people's, at least in our society, where they are in life and where they are developing. If you have an age gap that's too significant, these people aren't living this similar type of lives. They're not living in similar types of careers. And a lot of times when men are older, they often use that position to, I guess you want to call it, to manufacture or position themselves in power over a woman. Therefore, or it could work the other way around.
Does that have anything to do with the age itself, or does that have everything to do with the person's motives and their behaviors, their intentions?
No, not everything has to do with their intentions or whatever. But that introduces a lot of different problems as well.
If a man is 30 years old and a woman is 18, within his age, what's going to make him manipulate the woman or have ill intentions to control the woman because of his age? What's the age gonna do about that?
Well, it's not about manipulating and controlling the woman.
That's not my question. I said, what about the age is gonna be immoral?
Well, if I can get there, it's not about the manipulating or having those bad intentions. Even if your intentions are good, the fact that you're trying to date an 18-year-old person means they're either just graduating high school or going into their first year of college. They haven't had a job or haven't had any
what
type
about
of life
the
skills
age would be immoral?
Say what?
What about the age itself would make that relationship immoral? You're speaking about other things and other behaviors other than the age.
The 18-year-old doesn't have any life skills or relationship skills or any of the skills that they've grown up outside of a home.
So let's go ahead and take that.
The 30-year-old person has more than likely graduated from college.
Got it. So more experience. I get you. More experience, more life skills makes the relationship immoral. So if it's the case that they're the same age. Stop it. Okay. If it's the case that they're the same age, they're both 30 years old, but the man just have more life skills and more experience, is that relationship immoral?
No.
Okay. So I'm asking you, what about the age makes it immoral, not the behaviors of the person?
Once again, the position of a 18-year-old versus a 30-year-old person being in a relationship, that person who's 18 years old, again, they are barely out of high school. They've barely been out of their parents' home.
They're an adult.
Or out of, say again?
I know 18-year-old girls that can manipulate grown men, and I know 18-year-old girls that have more experience than grown men.
At life?
Yeah. It's logically possible where there's guys that's been living in their mom's basement all day eating Cheerios and not really doing anything, only playing video games, but this 18-year-old has more life experience than that guy. That's a possibility. So if we're speaking about possibilities, that's not going to get you anywhere with your argument, because you're still not making an argument for the age itself for that being immoral. You're still speaking about life experience and this and this. I already made a comparison. If they're both 30 years old, well, they can both, one of the persons can still have more experience than the other. And you said that wouldn't make it immoral. Okay, great.
Yeah,
so if that wouldn't make it immoral, then what about
different life experiences?
Okay, then
no matter
you
who you
can't.
chose, even if they are the same age.
Yeah, then you can't speak about the experience. What I'm telling you is this, real quick. Listen to understand, not to respond real quick, because I already refuted it, but you're not getting it. Real quick, before I even explain it, can you still man my position? Can you repeat my refutation? Go ahead and repeat that.
Wait, what do you mean?
Repeat my argument.
No.
You can't repeat it.
No, I'm just not going to.
Because you can't understand it.
No, I'm not understanding.
So I'm going to go ahead. Okay, it's great. You're not understanding. I'm going to say it again for you slowly. If it's the case.
But saying it slowly doesn't mean I don't understand it.
You don't. Shh, stop it.
Go ahead and speak.
If it's the case that an 18-year-old girl is dating a 30-year-old man, your claim was that it will be immoral because the 18-year-old girl could have less life experience. And
that's not what I said. So.
Okay, so now you're gaslighting, and the whole chat knows you're a liar.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want to have a good faith debate because you're getting cooked right now, or you just want to try to obfuscate and make up lies and gaslight?
I can't be the one getting cooked because
you've been getting cooked the entire time. You've been getting cooked the entire time. So again, I'm going to bring someone else up here, man, if you can't be good faith, because you got destroyed already. You can't even repeat back my position because you don't understand it. You got anything?
Yeah. If I could ever finish one of my positions before you.
You've already did. And it made no, I refuted it. Again, your claim is this. The 18-year-old girl has less experience.
Cutting me off too.
Your claim is this. The 18-year-old girl has, the reason why the 18-year-old girl dating the 30-year-old guy would be immoral because the 18-year-old girl has less life experience. She hasn't finished school. She hasn't really found her career. All of these things you put into it. Basically, it resorts down to this person has less life experience. And you use the word life experience 3 times. I've actually counted. So you're lying when you say that, oh, I'm not speaking about life experience. That's what you said. I refuted that by saying, well, a 30-year-old guy can date a 30-year-old woman and he can have more life experience than her. Does that make it immoral? Your answer was no. If that's the case, then it's not the age, you knucklehead. Age has nothing to do with the immorality. You can bring up any example and say that, oh, well, this person could manipulate them because they're older or younger. Sure, that's the person's behavior that has nothing to do with the age. An 18-year-old girl can manipulate a 50-year-old man. A 50-year-old man can manipulate an 18-year-old girl. Do you understand? You're not making a point about why age is immoral. Age. You're making points about why behavior is immoral. You knucklehead. You have low IQ and you're a dork. And now you out of here, you freaking idiot. Loser. Loser. Homie got cooked bad. That was a rotisserie chicken dinner. No, let me refresh. He comes in here. He's like, "Well, we don't really know what makes what constitutes someone being an adult, like adulthood." No, we know, bro. Like we know that science is proven, biologically proved, something that wouldn't change. The standard of adulthood would be 18. Now, the legal things that can be different. There can be different standards as far as things being, what would constitute some being an adult. But for my position, I'm just taking 18 years old, right? Because there's not going to be anything that you can say scientifically what would that wouldn't constitute a man or a woman being an adult. Now, when you start to lower that age, like 15, 14, 16, there's arguments against that. That's why I didn't say any of that. I just said biology, chat. That's what he was trying to get me to say. But I'm like, no, I'm just adhering to biology. I'm adhering to the facts, the unchanging standards, not legality stuff. But once we got him to agree on that part, then everything else was easy pickings. His arguments it fell flat on his face. Yeah, he was 200% single mother raised. 1,000% single mother raised. Homie was a beta. He was a panty boy. A panty boy. Zoe, the 19-year-old, if you want to come up, I see you backstage. You got to turn on your camera.
Hello?
Yeah, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm going to get your name and age.
Yes, sir. Cal, 27 years old.
Cool. And what prompt do you want to debate?
I want to debate the age gap relationships are morally good argument. Look, I'm not going to be too Phil Broy annoying. I have a syllogism, but it's really quick. You'll grant everything except probably P6 and P7 are probably an issue, but I'm not going to be too annoying, semantic, just one of those weirdos. It'll be good faith. I'll be charitable.
It's funny how usually when people come up and say, yeah, I'll be charitable, I'm not going to do all of this and that, it's the complete opposite. But go ahead, make your argument, man. Go ahead.
No, but it'll be cool. It'll be easy. So P1 would be you'll probably, people usually when it comes to this age gap argument that people usually grant the first P6 and 7 when people usually have a problem. So P1 would be if you experience something, you can have a memory of that experience, right?
Don't ask me any questions. Make your argument.
No, that's the proposition. It's not a question.
Okay, well then go ahead. Yeah, go.
Got it. P1 would be if you've experienced something, you can have a memory of that experience. Do you affirm that proposition?
I'm not affirming anything. Go ahead and make your argument.
Okay, got it. So P2 would be some memories are specifically memories of doing something for the first time, right? All right, will you affirm that one? P3 would be if an experience
not affirming anything, just give me your argument, man. Make your syllogism.
Yeah, got it. Got it. So P3 would be if an experience happened more than once, there was necessarily a first time that it happened, right? Obviously. So then P4 would be some experiences would naturally involve another person, right? And P6 would be sexual experiences are an obvious example of this happening, right? So for instance, to get to the argument, you would remember your first blowjob, right?
Make your argument, man.
Yeah, that's part of the argument. Do you remember your first blowjob?
Make your argument, man.
That's the argument. You got to answer the question. Debate requires you to participate and answer questions.
No, you can give an argument without asking questions.
Okay, can I affirm that you remember your first blowjob? It does not.
I can give you an argument for the affirmative position without asking you any questions. Why can't you give me an argument for the non-affirmative position without asking any questions?
Do you remember your first blowjob?
Can you give your argument?
That's part of the argument, but you got to at least answer questions and be charitable.
No, can you make your argument? You don't remember your
first blowjob?
So, again, another troll. Didn't make any sense. Just another troll, right? He came up here, and that's what I said. Normally when they come up here oh, bro, I'm going to be charitable. I'm not going to do this. and then they come up here and they troll. Dude talking about blowjobs. Hey, yo. That was actually funny, though. I'll give you that. Just because, like, you know, at least you came up here with, like, an agenda and you, like, at least attempted to execute it and it failed miserably. So you get, like, a little points for at least, like, you know, trolling and trying to execute this agenda you had. A little points. It's like, all right, I see what you're doing, bro. It just didn't work.
How you doing?
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
CL, and I'm 28.
All right, and what prompt do you want to debate, CL?
I guess we can go with the first one. I mean, like I said, I'm 28, so personally for me, it's like there's just no world in which I imagine myself like trying to relate to and be with a woman who's like damn near out of high school. It just kind of it comes off as like predatory almost. Like it's like I know, like more than like I'm not gonna say I definitely know, but like more than likely, it's a very good assumption that I likely know more than her, have done more things than her, have experienced more things than her, and simply cannot relate to her whatsoever. There's almost nothing we're gonna actually like bond over, because it's like, why would I bond over somebody who's basically just coming out of high school? I'm long removed from high school.
Okay. I know you're making an anecdotal position about your own preferences, about why you wouldn't date a girl that's 18 years old. That does not answer the prompt on how it is immoral to date an 18-year-old girl. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know you may get the ilk, like, I don't really want to date her because we got nothing in common. All right, great. That's your own preference, bro. You don't got to date an 18-year-old chick, a chick that just graduated high school. That's not the prompt here.
Right.
The prompt is saying,
sure.
Well, what's immoral about it?
Well, I think it's, like I said, there's an element of like predatory, like it's a little predatory, because it's like the older person is
that with age.
Right, okay. Sure. So the older person, again, I'm not going to speak in absolutes, but the older person is more than likely, a very good chance, going into this relationship with a level of expertise, knowledge, and experience that the younger person likely does not have.
So how does that make it immoral if someone is more experienced than the other?
Because that defies what a partnership is supposed to be.
A partnership means that the person you're dating, you guys should have the equal amount of experience.
You should be close enough in life experiences to where you are, yes, you're basically on equal footing to your peer. Yeah. Okay,
so if a man is a doctor and he falls in love with Katie that works at Chipotle, and Katie and the doctor are the same age, is something immoral about that? They have different life experience. He has much more life experience than her. He's a doctor, a surgeon. He's out here saving lives. She is putting the rice with the meat and the beans.
Sure.
So it's not equal, but,
but like,
it's not immoral. So you just contradicted yourself.
No, sir, because your job is not your only, like for example, the Chipotle worker and the doctor could, if they're the same age, like there's a chance that they could have like similar life experiences outside of their occupation. They both could have. Right. So like, for example,
you're making my point. You're making my point now. Look, I'll tell you how you're making my point, because the 30-year-old guy that's dating an 18-year-old girl, she can have a different career. He can have a different career. Maybe he experienced more things within the subcategory that she didn't experience, but they can definitely have things that's equal. Like, she came from a nuclear family. He came from a nuclear family. What they can have commonalities within an age gap relationship, just like they can do in a relationship where it's the same age.
So can I explain? Can I give you like an example of what I mean?
Go ahead.
Sure. So, okay. So like, for example, say a woman is 30, right? And a man is 30.
Yeah.
That 30-year-old woman have likely, have had past relationships. She's probably had dated before. and like mature relationships, not like high school flings or whatever. And she knows to spot people like who are liars, people who are manipulators, people who are trying to use her. She likely has the tools to spot bad relationships or bad men. Whereas an 18-year-old, I guess you could say that there is a slight chance, but there's a significantly decreased chance that she has those same tools. And that's what I mean by life experience.
No, I think that doesn't infer, right? That doesn't logically follow. That's a non sequitur. And the reason why it's I'll repeat what you said, and then I'll explain with examples how it's a non sequitur, how it doesn't follow. You're saying that, well, the 18-year-old girl, she really didn't, she doesn't have experience with dealing with men, versus the 30-year-old girl, she has experience with dealing with men, and she's able to discern what men she doesn't want to date and what men she does want to date. Versus the 18-year-old girl, since she hasn't dealt with men, she doesn't really have the same ability to discern. That's your point? Thus...
Correct.
Okay. So the reason why it's a non sequitur, because it doesn't follow how the older person would have discernment. I would argue the person that experienced less, right? The person that actually had less negative experiences, they actually have the ability to discern better, right? So let's give you an example. A girl that's 18 years old. She came from a nuclear family. She had a father in her life. She'd never been in a relationship with a man at all, but her father spoke to her about men and the biology of men and how men are, right? Also gave her a perspective on how the social dating marketplace currently works in 2026. And he gave her some insight about things. And instead of this woman that's 18 years old sleeping around or experiencing multitudes of different men, she actually basically learned from other people's mistakes, right? Oh, well, I see that this girl, she was dealing with that guy. Well, that didn't work. I seen that this girl, she dealt with that guy. That didn't work. So you don't actually have to have discernment with learning from your own mistakes. You can have discernment by learning from other people's mistakes, which is why it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that the older woman would discern better.
But that's not typically what we see.
What are you talking about? That's not typically what we see. People tend to just make bad decisions. Your argument isn't about what's typical. Your argument is about the person having the ability to discern better based off of age. I'm telling you, if what we actually see that's typical, actually, let's go to that. What we see that's typical, these women that's 30 years old, that's been sleeping around with many different men, they actually find themselves in a tougher place to find a man that they truly admire and respect than the younger girls that haven't experienced a lot of men. Because what I'm trying to tell you is the more men and women aren't equal, bro. Like,
I disagree with that, but okay.
Okay, so you're looking at it from a guy's lens. So I would agree, like, from a guy's lens, well, yeah, like, you know, we go out there, you know, we get our feet wet, we date around, and us dealing with a multitude of women that could in some way resort to a positive outcome, because now we know women a little bit better. And the reason why we have to know women, right? Because we have to have the ability to court women, to get women. If we don't know them, we're not going to be able to get them. But for women, it actually doesn't work like that, right? They're not under the same burden of performance that men are on. They don't actually need to know how to get us because they just advertise themselves and men pitch themselves to them. Like, men court them. So you're just looking at it different. Like, you're thinking that men and women are the same, which is why you made that argument. No, women have a higher chance of finding a man that they love and being in a long-term relationship with in their younger years rather than in their older years when they've already been promiscuous.
Okay, well, I think you said a lot of things there, though, man. Like respectfully, I think, like, okay, first you're under the broad assumption that just if you're 30, you're promiscuous or something like that, or like a lot of women are so promiscuous. when actually data shows that men sleep around more than women do.
I'm just talking about based off of your position, your argument. I'm doing an internal critique. Remember, your argument was the woman that's 30, she experienced, she dealt with more men. She's been with more men, sexually, relationships, everything. So she's going to have more experience, which then she's going to be able to discern. She's going to have the ability to make better judgment. I'm telling you, well, that's just not true because a woman can have no experience. Thus, she wouldn't be jaded by all of her experiences.
But that's what I'm saying though. That's the problem. First of all, like I just want to.
So it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that the woman would have more discernment just because of her age.
So hear me out. So like I want to clarify that I did say like I'm not speaking in absolutes. This is typical. Like if you, I'm pretty
But that
sure
isn't even typical. What's typical is we see when women get married young. What's typical is we see that the relationships last longer when women get married younger. When women get married older, we see that those relationships crumble. They don't last long. So what's typical would favor me, not favor you. You're just incorrect.
Yeah, hold on, wait. Getting married young does not mean an age gap necessarily. So like. By the way, this is why
good judgment, discernment.
Like, one second.
Okay,
Hear me out. So like I'm saying, like you use the word jaded, and I'm like, well, why do we have to assume that the woman is necessarily jaded from experiences? Because like a lot of the time, I'll tell you, like you mentioned like I'm looking at it from a man's perspective. I think humans, men and women, yes, they're different. While we are different, there are psychological differences. It's not as wide as we think it is, and like I think. Like when human beings go through experiences and we learn from experiences because we're intelligent creatures that can take our experiences and figure out what path to move forward.
How does this correlate to age though? It's not an argument for age gap.
Because as it typically follows in human development, the older you get, the more things you do in life, right? So like obviously a 5-year-old is going to do, a 5-year-old is going to do more than a 1-year-old. A 10-year-old is going to do more than a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
15-year-old is going to do more than a 10-year-old. An 18-year-old is going to do more than that 15-year-old. And then by the time you get to 25, you have done more things that like, I don't know how old you are. You look relatively young. You look kind of around my age. I'm 28. So I'm going to assume that like.
I'm 37.
When you were 37. Okay. Wow. 37.
Black don't
I guarantee
crack.
you are right. You are nowhere near the same person you were when you were 18. I guarantee
it's not
you
an
weren't.
argument though. So remember,
That typically is.
No, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that just because you're older and you have more life experience, thus you have the ability to choose a better partner because you've experienced more partners. That doesn't follow.
It does follow
for
because
women. It doesn't
because,
follow.
It follows because at a certain point in time, you're going to realize what you like in relationships, what you don't like in relationships. I can give you not to go in.
So if that's true, then why women, when they're 30 and single, like prompt 3, right? When women are 30 and single, they're in that age bracket, 30 and above, and they're single, why do they complain the most on TikTok? They're the ones that makes all the videos about how men aren't crap, how, men today just don't know anything about women and how they're bad, they're manipulative. They make all of these videos. We see it on social media where they're basically telling on themselves and exposing themselves how they do not have the ability to make good long-term mating choices. They keep choosing the wrong men. So I'm just telling you, just because if you're a woman and you're older and you experience more, this does not correlate to you having the ability to discern more, to have better discernment. I'm telling you.
How does that make a lot of sense though? Because like when you say like, because women are like, because I'm trying to follow. Like you're saying like women are saying, you're basically saying like women are like, men aren't shit. Men are like, they're complaining about.
I'll give you an example. And it's statistics on this. The more men that women sleep with, statistically speaking, studies was done, research was done. It shows that when a woman reaches a body count between 5 or 6, the probability goes down to 20% for her to find a long-term relationship. So there's been research done on this. Data has been out on this, that the more experience a woman has, she actually becomes more jaded, and it's harder for her to make a good long-term mating choice decision, because women are different than men, bro. Like, women are higher in estrogen, so they feel more emotions. They're higher in trait neuroticism, so they feel more negative emotions. So the likelihood for them to be depressed and be in a state of rumination, which is dwelling on past things, the likelihood increases, which then when a woman is dating a man and she's always comparing and contrasting from the past guys, and if the current guy doesn't match up in penis size and money and charisma and jokes and the way he dresses, the likelihood increases that she's gonna disqualify him because of women's hypergamous nature. Women don't like to date down. So if a woman dated an athlete, a guy that was in the NBA, then the likelihood is gonna fully decrease for her to accept any guy that's below her past guy's status, because they don't like to date down. Men were different, bro. Real quick, men will date down. Like, you're trying to say that men and women are basically analogous, we're equal, we're not. Men will date down. We'll date a chick that work at McDonald's if we're in the NBA, if she can comply, submit, and get on our lead, and she's beautiful. But a woman that is an athlete or has some status or a celebrity, the likelihood of her dating someone that's not on her level is like very far few in between. And exceptions don't make the rule at all.
Sure. But wait, isn't that like anyone? Because I just know, like, for example, like, if I was lucky enough
Even
to
a chat saying, like, you're not even listening.
No, sir, I'm definitely listening. And matter of fact, if you want, you could test me. I can try to repeat exactly what you just said. Like,
but what's the logical entailment of my position? The logical
I don't understand hypergamy.
Hypergamy just means that.
No, I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm saying I don't understand it logically, because I feel like, if anything, wouldn't that be anyone? Like, for example, if I was lucky enough to score an international supermodel, then yeah, I wouldn't want to date lower than that after that. Like, yeah, that's the pinnacle. I want to keep doing that. So it's like, how is that any different?
No. That doesn't make any sense. If you were able to date a supermodel, right? Let's say that she's a 10 in looks, right? And you're saying that you wouldn't want to date anything under that? That doesn't even make sense from the biology of a man, because men aren't hypergamous. We want quantity. Stop it. Our biology is for quantity, not quality. Men all the time, right? And even women would tell you this. I see that you're a beta and you like to appeal to women. But if you get in your woman group chat, just go in your woman's group chat and ask. Listen, real quick.
I never insulted you, dog. I never insulted you. Please
real
don't
quick,
insult.
go in your woman's group chat and ask them.
I don't have a woman's group chat, dog.
You don't got a woman's group chat?
No, sir.
All right. Hypothetically, if you had a woman's group, we know you got a woman's group chat, but hypothetically, if you had a woman's group chat, if you asked a group of women if they ever been in a relationship where the man cheated on them with a guy that is uglier than them, they would say, yes, oh my gosh, Kenny cheated on me, and oh my gosh, Brittany is like horrible. Like, she has no butt. She has a flat butt, and he was with me because of my butt. He compliments my butt all the time. How can he have sex with a girl that has no butt? So my goodness, because men, we look for quantity, not quality. Men date down and men cheat down. Generally speaking, women, generally speaking, they date up, and if they're gonna cheat up.
Sir, okay, all right. First of all, please, like I said, I don't insult me. I didn't insult you. I'm trying to be respectful.
Don't be sensitive, man. It's just jokes. Chill out.
I understand, but like, let's have a productive conversation.
Yeah, we are having a productive conversation, but you're not listening.
I am listening to you. Like, I'm sorry, I am. I truly am.
Okay, so don't you understand hypergamy?
Because I think that the concept I do truly believe the concept can be applicable to literally anyone.
What's the concept?
The concept of, like, a woman typically, by her nature, is always looking for, like, the highest status person she could possibly get. So that includes
it's not
money,
just
looks.
The status.
I was saying money,
okay.
looks.
Money, looks.
Sex drive, anything that she would necessarily deem greater. Right?
Okay, now watch this. Right, now look at that. If we're speaking about it, hypergamy from a biological aspect, would you say, generally speaking, the vast majority of women, they are dealing with a man and they expect a man that has the ability to protect and provide for them? Do you say that the vast majority of women in the world want a man to protect and provide?
I would agree to that.
Okay. Would you say that the vast majority of males, men in the world, do they actually look and desire the woman to protect and provide for them?
No.
No. Okay, got it. Therefore, we just made a clear distinction with using inductive reasoning, not deductive reasoning. It's not 100%, but it's inductive reasoning that a majority, vast majority of women, they want a man to protect and provide, but a vast majority of men, they do not want a woman to protect and provide. Now, when we look at protection and provisioning, what qualities and aspects does the woman look for in a man? Well, protection aspect is going to be someone that's taller, stronger, because I need him to protect me. Since we don't look for the woman that's taller and stronger, we'll date a woman that's weaker and shorter. Provisioning aspect. Well, I'm going to look for the woman as she's thinking from her natural proclivities, her tendencies within her biological nature. It's telling her to look for a man that has the ability to acquire resources. Now, how do you acquire resources? Well, you need to be competent, which is the ability to complete tasks and accomplish goals, right? So they're generally going to look for a man with higher competency levels, which is they're going to basically just be smarter, put it in simple terms. But men, since we're not looking for that, we'll date a girl that's not, she could be dumber than us. We don't care if she can complete tasks or accomplish goals because we're not looking for provisioning, right? Which then, when we look at the economy and how society is built, the people, real quick, the logical entailment will be this. The people that earn more and can protect better is going to be men. Men are the higher earners because we have a burden of performance to make money, right? It's just there. We have this natural propensity to compete with one another, right? So what I'm just alluding here is that, what I'm trying to elucidate, I'm trying to elucidate the position that, well, women were built to be hypergamous, to look for their superior, not their equal. Men, we were built to look for not our equal, but our inferior when it comes to these things that deals with hypergamy and status and social economically things, right? Like money and stuff.
I mean, I disagree with that. Like, I think that might be your standard, but I think that's not universal at all. I do agree to an extent.
I didn't say
that, like,
universal.
Yes,
I said in general, the vast majority of women, they want a man to protect and provide. How can a man protect and provide if he doesn't embody certain characteristic traits?
I mean, what do you mean? Like, my father, I believe, protected and provided, and he doesn't embody those characteristic traits that you stop. Like, my dad's not that tall. He's 5'10".
Is he taller than your mother?
Yes.
Is he stronger than your mother?
Well, yeah, but in general.
Okay, so therefore he has the protection aspect that your mother looked for. Did he make more money than your mother, or if not the same?
They made about the same.
Okay, got it. So therefore he has the provisioning aspect. He can keep a job and he can do it well and he can provide and keep a roof over our head. But the reverse wouldn't be true. This is the point. The reverse wouldn't be true. Like, if it's the case that, like, would your mother would have dated your father if he was shorter than her and weaker than her? No, she wouldn't even have looked his way. Like, most women don't even look a man's way if they're shorter. Would your mother would have dated the man that couldn't keep a job? No, she would have divorced that nigga if she did.
Wait a minute, but that also doesn't logically follow too. Like, we've seen. Hold on, man. Like, we've seen plenty of times.
Okay, give me one good argument.
I know you know the guy who's broke and borrowing his girl's car, and she's with him, like she literally never leaves him.
Yeah, no. She does leave him, and he only has like 6 months to maybe 2 years to be with him. But not only that, she's with him.
Never single.
No, but listen, she's with that guy because normally for sexual value, meaning that he's doing other things than providing for her, right? He's knocking it down. But then he's also protecting her because he's bigger and stronger. Like the protection aspect, when it comes to women, they view it as insurance. Like if in case something happens, I at least want my man to have the ability to protect me. And if the woman can see that in the man, that the man has the ability to protect her, then that's when she'll give him a chance. But if the woman doesn't see that, then she will not date him. Meaning, if the man is physically weaker and shorter, generally speaking, she's not giving that guy a chance. Do you get what I'm saying? So even I'll agree and granted, there are guys that make less money than their girl and they're driving their girl's car. But the woman is still with the man for the protection aspect. For the provisioning aspect, she may not be with him, but normally that relationship ends. And most of those women break up with those men. It's not the men breaking up with the women. It's the women breaking up with those inadequate men.
Can I retort to that?
Sure.
Can I respond to that? Okay. So I think the thing is that you're speaking on like.
And then correlate this to age gap.
Right. Okay. Sure. I know we kind of got a little side.
Because none of this correlates for you. On your end, it doesn't.
Right. So like when we're talking about biology, it is typically that it follows that men are on average bigger and stronger than women.
Exactly.
So when we're talking about so when we're talking about like, a woman wants a man who's bigger and stronger than her, that's like 99% of men to that woman. You know what I mean? Like most men are going to be bigger, stronger than her. So
no,
that
but
doesn't
listen.
really say much to me.
No, it does. Because women have the power of choice. How many women, bro, go in your group chat and ask them, would you date a man that's shorter than you? No, I won't date a man that's shorter than me. So women have these preferences, bro. And their preferences, you're trying to like fight with women preferences. That's not what I do. I don't argue with women preferences. I understand what they prefer because I understand their nature. They're hypergamous by nature, right? So they want a man taller and stronger. If the man is their height or shorter, then guess what? He has to excel in other aspects. Like he has to be rich, right? He has to be really funny, like a Kevin Hart, and also be rich. Like Kevin Hart's wife is taller than him, but he's rich.
Okay, sure.
And funny.
May I ask you something then? Do you believe a man who let's say the man is like 6'5" or whatever and has a bunch of money, but like is an awful human being? Do you think that woman stays with them?
He's 6'5" and he's an awful human being.
Let's say he's 6'5" and he makes $90K a year, which is pretty good, well above average.
Is he making like more money than her?
He is. We can say he is.
And when you say awful, what is he doing awful to her?
Like he's verbally abusive. I'm not gonna say he's physically abusive. I don't want to go that far, but I'm gonna say he's verbally abusive. He gives her absolutely zero any kind of attention. She's basically like a robot to him.
But she's attractive. She's attracted to him. Like he meets her physical standards.
They're both attractive to each other. They both meet their
she's not
physical standards.
Generally speaking, she's not going anywhere. She's whipped.
That's not what I see, bro.
That is what we see, bro. We see the guys that's 6 foot and above that has some money and some charisma about themselves. We see those girls stay committed in relationships with those men that cheat on them all the time.
Also, are we talking about just like 10 out of 10s? Because like, how many people have you gone to a grocery store lately?
I'm gonna get the next caller up. You're not making any good arguments, bro, and it's not correlating back to age gap relationships. So we get the next person up. I can't believe I had to explain this to him. Like, homie was so effeminate in his thinking and even in his ways. It was crazy. Yo, someone in the chat on TikTok said, respectfully, he don't even sound like he get hugs. Raised by a single mom. Yeah, he was raised by his mom, bro. Like, I'm not explaining gravity to you, my nigga. Like, I'm explaining like simple things that we can observe. Like, do we observe women that's doctors and lawyers date down? Do we actually observe that? Do we see the doctors and the lawyers that are women actually date a guy that works at Walmart? We don't see it, but we see it the opposite way. So one sex prioritizes protecting and provisioning and status more than the other sex. Women care about status and the man's ability to protect and provide. Men, we don't really care about it. We don't prioritize that. We prioritize other things. And if you're a man and you do prioritize that, you're gay.
Gay.
It's that simple. You took on the attraction triggers of your mother. You're gay. All right, so we got some people on YouTube real quick. For the folks on YouTube, let's see if this 19-year-old want to turn on her camera. Nope. For the folks on YouTube, we got Mr. London, turn on your camera, and then Desmond, turn on your camera, and I'll bring you up. So Desmond and Mr. London, turn on your camera. You'll be brought up. All right, so let me bring up Mr. London. You was back here first. Let's go ahead and bring you up real quick. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Anthony, 41.
All right, and what prompt do you want to debate?
About age gap morality.
Okay, you want to debate age gap morality? All right, cool. So what's your argument?
So I think two things can be true at the same time. I think that what you said about age specifically not being immoral can be true, but I also believe that there is an immoral component to dating somebody typically that's younger than you, typically because of the way the mind works. You know what I'm saying? At 18, you really don't have, full, full development of your subconscious and what's morally right. Versus somebody who's 30, 40, whatever, they have more of a sense of what's morally right and wrong. And so there's a potential there because of the age to be finessed. And a 18-year-old typically is not going to have a defense
Real quick,
against somebody who's
that's just a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that if it's the case that someone, can finesse someone or manipulate someone or has nefarious intent towards someone, that doesn't follow that it's because of the age. No,
but it can be. It's not limited to that.
No, it wouldn't be because you would have to explain from a biological way how age would dictate someone to manipulate someone.
Okay, so
I know children that listen. If you had any kids, your own kids try to manipulate you to get what they want.
They do, but the counter to that argument is I know more than my kids, so they could try to manipulate me.
That's not a counter,
but they would not.
Listen. I'm gonna be honest. You made the same arguments that the other callers made, and it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. It's a bad argument. So I got to get someone else up. I'm not gonna keep on debating the same arguments just because you guys got low IQ. And you can't comprehend that the age itself does not determine the immoral behavior. When we're speaking about adults, the person's character and their values determines the immoral behavior, not the age. So you're making an argument for behavior and character and the values they embody for the negative behavior. Age is a freaking number, you dorks. For all the low IQ people in the chat, age is a number when we're speaking about adults. Okay? How can this number determine the immoral act? The immoral act would be determined by who that person is, not the age. Next caller. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And get your name and age.
Hey, what's up, man? Let's go with Finding, 29 years old.
You said your name is Finding?
Yeah, we'll just go with the first name of my user, Finding.
Oh, okay. Got it. And
Yep.
What prompt do you want to debate, man?
Yeah, I'm just curious, man, on prompt number 3 there, where you say women single and 30 are losers. Why are we going to specifically target women? Why can't we just say that it could be both sides depending on the circumstances? Like, why just be misogynistic that way? Men can be failure and losers at the age of 30 as well.
It does not mean that the prompt is misogynistic or unmisogynistic because you're sensitive. Misogynistic would be like the hatred for women.
So pointing out an opinion makes me sensitive. How so?
Because your opinion insinuated that I hate women, but how does the prompt infer that I hate women?
I mean, why did you have to use the terminology of losers?
So again,
What makes them losers?
Again, I'll go ahead and elucidate the position. When I say that a woman that is single and 30, she's a loser, is because, generally speaking, women that's 30 years old, they want a man for a long-term commitment relationship. So they want to be in a long-term relationship with a man when they're 30 years old. Generally speaking, if you look across the world and you ask women, they would say, oh yeah, by 30, I would want to be in a long-term relationship with a man. And if these women can't get what they want, they're a loser. Just like a man, if he's 30 years old, but he's a virgin, well, generally speaking, we would have to say that most men, they would want to lose their virginity before they're 30. So if the man is 30 and he's a virgin, which means that he doesn't have the ability to get sex from said woman, he will be a loser too.
But that's not pertaining to your prompt. That's like a whole
It's
other
for you
prompt and
to
category of discussion.
understand. It's for you to understand the prompt, right? So for you to understand the argument that I'm making, why I'm calling single women that's 30 years old losers is because they can't attract and retain the man that they want. The same reason why I would call a 30-year-old virgin a loser, because he can't attract and retain the woman that he wants for sexual value. You get what I'm saying? Like men, we normally, we want sex from the woman, right? We just have this natural proclivity to desire sex. Women have this natural proclivity to desire more than sex. They want like a long-term commitment from a man. So she's a loser if she can't get that long-term commitment. He's a loser if he can't even get sex from the woman that he wants, or sex from a woman at all.
I mean, I guess I might see what, picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah,
but I guess,
like society, like in society right now, we actually call incels losers, right?
I don't know. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's me or you, but that, like, the word you said, incel, and afterwards it completely cut off on my end.
Okay,
My
got
apologies.
it. I'm saying, in society, do we call men that are incels losers? Yes or no?
I would say yeah.
Okay, so this is a man that can't get what he wants. So it's safe to say, it wouldn't be misogynistic for me to say that a woman that can't get what she wants and she's 30, she's a loser. That's not misogynistic to say. If we can, in society, we call men losers, that's involuntary celibate, right? We call them losers. You can't get what you want. You're an incel. Well, we don't call those people misandrous. Those women that call men incels, we don't call them misandrous. So why would you call me misogynistic if I'm just calling women losers when they can't get what they want?
No, I mean, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I guess the way I worded that might have been wrong, but I was just kind of taking the way the wording of the prompt was, is taking it as misogynistic. But I'm picking up what you're putting down as far as like, you differentiating between, what women want in gain, what men want in gain. But I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's going to be opinionated anyway, because we're both creatures of habit. So I guess it just kind of depends on the circumstances and the categories, but I could be wrong either way. I don't know.
All right, I'll get the next caller up. Peace. This guy had no good arguments, but at least he understood. The last callers couldn't even understand what I was saying, but at least he understood. So I guess you get respect from me on that end.
What's up, bro?
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
Cam, 26.
All right, what prompt do you want to debate, Cam?
The first one, age gap relationships are morally good.
All right, you disagree?
I think so. I guess I just want you to kind of explain why you have that premise. Like,
have you been listening? I've been debating for like 3 hours, but I'll go ahead and explain it to you real quick. So
I got in on the tip. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so my position is when we're speaking about adults, so not children, adolescents, or anything like that, but if we're speaking about men and women, my claim is that there's nothing about the age that determines the relationship to be immoral when it comes to adults. It's only the values and the behaviors and the characteristic of the persons in the relationship that determine the immorality.
I mean, I guess that's fair to say, but I feel like we try to isolate situations in a vacuum, and like we try not to account for the intangibles of people. You know what I mean?
That's not an argument.
I guess saying that. Okay. I guess saying that to say, it kind of feels like you're trying to prove like a high ground, kind of sort of with this statement. Or actually, no, it kind of feels like you're insinuating, I don't know, something that's a bit like egregious, like you're trying to justify it. You know what I mean?
What are you talking about, man? You're just giving me your emotional state. No one cares about how you feel. I'm looking for an argument, a debate. So you can go ahead and take your psychoanalysis somewhere else. You literally said, I kind of feel like, you said, I feel 3 times. I counted. I don't care about how you feel. What's your argument?
That you're trying to justify something that is generally
You're incorrect.
wrong.
Your feelings are wrong. And how is age gap wrong? Please make an argument how age gap is wrong for 2 consenting adults. How's that wrong? How's it immoral? How's it bad?
I guess when you say the term consent, it takes my mind to like the letter of the law, because then like if you go overseas or whatever, not to get specific because I don't know exactly, but if you like where the age of consent is different, well, we would consider them children. So it's like.
No, I'm just speaking about adults here in America. From a biological sense, from biology, it shows that adulthood, I would agree that it would be 18 years old.
That's by the law. Biology would show that.
No, biology would show that for a girl
your
to
body
have.
Can develop before 18.
I'm not talking about development. So what
biology.
Would be optimal? So biology, when my argument about biology, what's more optimal? What age range would be at peak level of optimal?
Like
would
fertile.
It be? It has more to do with just fertile. Would it be 12 years old, or would it be 18 years old, or would it be 30 years old? What would be peak optimal performance for a woman to give birth? So normally
Around that,
a 12 normally when she's 12 she gets her period, so she can, right? But when she's 30, her eggs, she starts to lose some eggs, and 35 becomes a high risk pregnancy. But when you're 18, that tends to be what's optimal from a biological perspective. And I'm saying that I'm adhering to biology when we're speaking about adulthood and what's optimal for biology. So an 18-year-old dating a 30-year-old man, what's immoral about that? You got nothing. You got nothing, bro. You got nothing.
Yeah, bro,
It's crickets.
I can see.
Exactly.
Bro.
Peace.
You got me.
But I appreciate the honesty and I appreciate the concession. Have a blessed one.
Tried. Yeah.
Yeah, chat. Super, super simple way to explain it to them when we're speaking about biology. Just make the distinction between, well, when does a little girl, because I got 2 daughters, when does a little girl get fertile? It's normally around 12, right? Generally, sometimes it happens a little bit younger where their body starts producing eggs and they get their period. But that's not optimal for them to give birth. So that's not adulthood. But it's also not optimal for them to give birth at 30, right? And like we're speaking healthy adults, right? Like there's some things that's packaged in here, healthy. Of course, if the woman isn't healthy, she can be 18 years old, then it wouldn't be, she's not healthy. So she is not optimal for this, in this particular sense for her to give birth. But we're speaking of healthy women here. So these low IQ people like to come in here and say, well, bro, like, are you making an argument for pedophile? No, it's not an argument for pedophile. I always said adulthood. And are we speaking about from a legality sense? No, that legal stuff changes. I'm speaking about from a biological sense. What's optimal? What would be the age? What would be the most optimal age for a woman to give birth? That would be 18. That's what's optimal. And it's probably a range like 18 to like 22 is probably like a area. 18 to 24, probably like that area of like, that's very, very optimal. But once you start to get up to 30, not as optimal. Anything below 18, it's like, well, your body fully didn't develop yet, right? You got to think about it, like women. But anyways, I digress. For the low IQ people in the chat, I'm sure we're going to get another one, so I'll have to explain it more. Next caller.
What's up, man?
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
My name's Seth. I'm 23 years old.
All right, Seth, what prompt do you want to debate, man?
I want to talk about that second point that you made, that morality and logic can't be grounded without God.
Okay, cool. Yo, Seth, could you give me 1 second? I got to take a quick bathroom break. Give me 1 minute here. I'm not going to even put you.
Go right ahead.
I'm not even going to put you backstage. I'm just going to mute you, and I'll be right back. All right, chat. I'm back. All right, let's get it. Yeah, I'm done with all my water. What? How long I've been streaming for? Almost 4 hours. All right, I'm about to wrap up after this caller. Let me go ahead and unmute him. All right, man, you're unmuted. Let me get your name again.
Seth.
And you said your name was? Forgot that.
Seth.
I'm sorry, your age was?
23.
All right, got you. And you want to debate prompt 2. Morality and logic can't be grounded without God. All right. Yeah, let me go ahead and get your argument. Why do you think morality and logic can be grounded without God, and how?
So, coming from an agnostic perspective, I feel like we can use logic to understand specifically about the morality part. Like, how do we determine, like, how if reality is objective or subjective? And I'm a moral realist, so I, come to the conclusion that it is objective, right? And the way I come to that conclusion is I ask, okay, what is morality? Well, morality is essentially like what man should or should not do, right? Like, murder should be illegal. Rape should be illegal. You should not do that, right?
Well, why do you know that you shouldn't do that? Like, how do you know you shouldn't do that?
Yeah. I'll explain that. I'm just trying to like go down my list of reasoning of like we're trying to define what morality is first, right? So it's like the idea of like what man or should or should not do. It's like, hey, you shouldn't smoke weed. You shouldn't. You should go work out. It's more like I would say argue that like working out is like morally good for you. Right.
Yeah, but that's just the utility of the concept of morality.
Right.
What is morality itself?
Morality itself is like what man or should not do. Right.
Yeah, but
like,
what is that? Like you can't taste, touch, or smell that. What is that? What is morality in and of itself? Like that.
It's a concept. It's a concept like science or math. It's like you can't taste, touch.
Okay, so it's conceptual. Math. And from your position, you're saying that this concept is objective.
100%. In the same way that we can like determine objective truths in math and.
Got it. And if it's the case that this is objective, but you can't touch, taste, or smell morality, it's just conceptual. What's grounding that?
I can make that same claim about like math. But we know that there are like objective truths.
Yeah, but first, with morals, what is grounding the good versus the bad?
Okay, I'll go over that real quick, right? So now that we like understand like what morality is, right? We have to understand like what the purpose of humans are, right? And the way I like to determine what like man's purpose is pretty simple. Like what our end goal is, what our actions and like tell us about ourselves.
Okay, you're making an assertion, but where does this telos come from? Where does this purpose come from in a godless world?
It comes from the idea. Well, what do you mean? Where does it come from? It comes from our function as like in our brain. It's to pursue happiness and through virtue.
Okay, so purpose just magically comes from our brain.
Well, it's like the purpose of a chair, right? Is to hold somebody within that chair.
But someone created that chair. You don't believe in a creator, 100%. So the purpose of human beings without a creator, where does this purpose come from?
Wait. It just comes from reality. Like we can identify this purpose.
What do you mean? What is reality without a creator?
I don't know. Why does it need a creator? Why are you assuming that it needs a creator?
So reality would also be metaphysics. This would be something that you can't touch, taste, see, or hear. So what is your epistemic justification for morality? Please give me an account.
Okay, in the same way, right?
For reality as well?
In the same way that I could look at a singular, like an apple, and then look at another apple and be like 1 + 1 is 2.
No, that's just your assertion of it. I'm asking you about the thing itself. So again, I'm asking you.
What are you not understanding?
I'm understanding you. You're not understanding me. You keep speaking about the utility of things, the use of morals. You're speaking about how we can use it in the purpose.
These are identifications of reality.
Listen, real quick. Let me elucidate my position so you understand, because you're not answering my question. You keep asserting the use of the thing we're speaking about. My question is not about the use of the thing. My question is about you giving an account or an epistemic justification for the thing itself. How do you know Just let me finish the sentence. How do you know that logic is logical? How do you know that morality is actually grounded in the human mind without a creator? Your example was to speak about a creator creating something. You spoke about the chair. There's a purpose for the chair because the man or a human created the chair. The purpose would be to sit on it. You don't believe in a creator. Without a creator, what's the purpose to life?
We can look, regardless, right? We can define what a purpose is just by looking at it and coming to a logical conclusion.
I'm not asking you to define it. I'm asking you to give an epistemic justification.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
No, you're not. Do you know what epistemology is? You know what an epistemic
justification is? Okay. Dude. We can understand the purpose.
So what is epistemology?
it's the ground. It's the idea of like things beyond like the physical realm and like
No.
Yes.
Epistemology is in philosophy is just the principles of knowledge. So making knowledge claims and stuff like, how do you know that what you observe is actually true in reality? How do you know that your sentences actually make logical sense? So it's just how you know things. So I'm looking for an epistemic justification. So in simple terms, I'm asking you to give me your JTB. What's your justified true belief of this to be true?
So the way I come to my conclusions, all right, is I use logic and I use reasoning to understand. I look at something.
That's what's in question.
Yes. Okay. So when you look at humans and how they work, our purpose, like our end goal, is to pursue happiness. How do you not?
That's what's in question.
I can give you a better understanding of how like that works. You know, because every action we do as humans is to pursue happiness. Do you disagree with that?
Listen, you're just giving me the utilization of it. You're not actually answering the question.
You're not answering my questions, bro.
No,
I'm trying to go down this list of reasoning over here.
What is JTB?
Right? You're jumping from point to point.
What is justified true belief?
Bro, what are you getting at? I'm not going to answer your questions.
Under the discipline of epistemology, what is justified true belief?
Again, I'm not going to answer your questions if you're not going to answer mine, bro.
You haven't answered any questions. You've been obfuscating because you don't understand the level of question that I'm asking you.
Listen, bro. I've been trying to go down this list of reasoning, all right? And I ask you a question like, do you agree with me, right, that man's purpose is to pursue happiness? And you're over here like, I don't like that line of reasoning. Like,
I don't think that man's purpose is to pursue happiness. Happiness.
Okay.
Listen, listen real quick.
Okay, cool.
Happiness is fleeting. That's not the man's purpose. Got it. Listen. Stop talking.
I'm happy that you said no.
Stop talking.
Now we can go down the list of reasons.
Listen. Stop talking. I got to create some decorum.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do your thing.
To answer the question, I don't believe that the man's purpose is happiness because happiness is fleeting. That's incorrect. I believe that the man's
Happiness
purpose
is what? Say that again?
Happiness is fleeting. It comes and goes. Why would your purpose be towards something that is fleeting, you knucklehead? That is nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. So
what do you mean?
when I'm asking you, real quick, listen, stop it. When I'm asking you the question about to give me your epistemic justification, I'm asking you to give me your JTB, your justified true belief. And what I mean by that is, what is your good reasoning for your beliefs? What gives them explanatory power? And also, what makes them coherent under your non-theist worldview?
Okay.
That's what justification is. So if it's the case, no, listen, let me explain it to you. If it's the case that we're speaking about morals and morals are oughts, what you ought do, you don't believe in a creator. You give me an example and says that, bro, just like a chair, what's the purpose for a chair? We agree, the purpose for a chair is someone to sit on the chair. They use the chair, but the chair assumes a creator. So under a creationist, listen, stop. Let me finish. Stop it. Let me land the plane. Stop it. Let me land the plane. Under a creationist worldview, someone that believes in a creator, well, this would make coherent sense for the purpose of the thing. You don't believe in a creator. What's the purpose of anything without a creator? I need you to justify that. What's your good reasoning?
The concept of a chair still exists regardless if there's a creator of it or not.
Oh, okay. This guy is a knucklehead. If it's the case that the concept, right, of the chair would exist prior to the thing itself, concepts are held in minds, right?
Yes, they're held in minds, sure.
Okay. And you're still I want to explain to you how you're not making.
I would say they exist like beyond our minds in the sense of like we can all so like think about it, right?
What's your justification how concepts exist beyond our mind? How do you ground a concept that's beyond a human's mind? So you're saying that it's universal?
Yeah, like in the same way that like 2 + 2 would equal 4, that would be logic beyond.
Okay. What's your epistemic justification? What's your account for that? How does 2 + 2 always equal 4 under your atheist worldview
Do you not agree that
agnostic
2 + 2
worldview.
equals 4?
I agree that 2 + 2 = 4. I'm
Okay, so then
asking
what are we
you to
arguing?
give me your justified true belief how you know 2 + 2 = 4.
Okay, so 1 and 2, right? That's 1 and 2, right? And then you got 3 and 4. That adds up to 4. Do you understand how that works?
This guy you're just not prepared for this level of debate.
Basic math, bro.
You're not. Again, I agree with 2 + 2 = 4.
That's my logical reasoning on it. That's the logical reasoning.
Okay, got it. So your logical reasoning for it, again, you had to use logic in order to get to 2 + 2 = 4, correct?
Sure. Yes,
Okay.
I had to use logic, but
Got it. So listen. I'm a presuppositionalist. I'm just telling you how I want you to explain. I want you to answer questions properly. You said 2 + 2 = 4. I said, how do you know? You said, well, by logic. Okay, so now you're appealing to logic. Well, how do you know that logic is logical under your non-theist agnostic worldview? How do you know that logic is logical? How is it the case that 2 + 2 will always equal 4?
Well, hold up. I just want to make sure we get our terms correctly. What is logic to you?
You can't answer the question. You're just going to ask me a question.
Wait. I'll answer the question, right? But
So you promise. You promise that you'll answer my questions. Okay.
Yeah, I'll answer. I just want to make sure we have a better understanding of like an agreeable understanding.
Yeah, logic is a concept. It's a universal concept. Do you know now? Can you answer my question? What are the 3 classical laws of logic?
Shit, I remember reading about this, but it's been a minute since I fucking
like I said, you're not prepared for the debate. The 3 classical laws of logic is the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. So again, when we're having this discussion and we're speaking about logic itself, well, I would agree and say that 2 + 2 would always equal 4. It can never equal anything else. And I would know that from using the 3 classical laws of logic, which is a universal concept. It's invariant, it's immaterial. You can't touch, taste, or smell it. There's no evidence for this, empirical evidence for this. Under my worldview, I can give an epistemic justification for the possibility of logic so we can have math. Under your worldview, that's what's in question. I'm asking you to give an epistemic justification for the possibility of logic under your worldview.
So your justification for there being logic is because there's a creator, right?
Again, instead of answering, I already answered the question. Please give me one justification or any type of an account for logic or morality.
Here, bro. It's like, give me a fucking break, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, and like, I'm trying to understand you better. Let me ask you.
All right, fair enough. So if that's the case, then answer these questions for me, since you're trying to understand me better, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree that logic is immaterial, invariant, and universal?
Yes.
By immaterial, I mean it's not made up of atoms. By universal, I mean that it applies everywhere. By invariant, I mean that it doesn't change over time. It stays the same.
Yeah.
Okay. So we agree that logic itself has some ontology about it. It has some characteristic traits, some behaviors about it, like what it is.
Yeah.
We also agree that logic is a concept. Can logic be anything other than a concept?
Not necessarily. I think they're both hand in hand. Yeah.
Both hand in hand. Well, it can't be anything else but a concept. It's a concept. It's conceptual.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Yeah.
Okay. So concepts exist in minds, right?
You said what?
Concepts exist in minds, correct?
So that they do exist in minds.
Wait. Okay. So can a concept exist in anything else other than a mind?
In like what, the physical sense?
Can concepts exist in anything else other than a mind? Yes or no?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So this type of concept that we're speaking about, logic, it's universal. Human minds are not universal. We don't have universal minds. We're finite beings. We die. Human minds are not invariant. Like it doesn't, we change our mind all the time, right? It doesn't stay consistent over time. So this concept of logic, you just agree to the ontology And the logical conclusion would be that the concept of logic cannot be grounded in a human's mind. It would have to be grounded in a certain type of mind that is universal and invariant and immaterial.
Why? Like, what part of?
Okay, so like,
okay, help me understand.
Okay, I help you understand. Listen, you agreed to the ontology of logic. Yeah, immaterial, universal, and invariant. This concept cannot be grounded, meaning that it cannot derive from a human mind because human minds are finite. So this sort of concept of logic has to be held and grounded in a certain type of mind that is omnipresent, that is eternal, that is omnipotent, divine.
Why does it have to be like held within like a mind of like?
Well, I'll explain to you. Well, the only reason why it has to be held in a mind that's eternal, because the concept of logic is invariant. The reason why it has to be held in a certain type of mind that's omnipresent and omnipotent is because the concept of logic is universal. Right? So it has to be held in a certain type of mind, and I'm currently making the argument for God's mind.
So is this a justification for why God exists, or why like
this is a justification for logic and God. This is that justification, man. I'm giving you the epistemic justification. It's called the transcendental argument for God. So real quick, under my Christian worldview, I can give an account through biblical scriptures where it shows that God is the God of reason, Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. God came down in flesh form, and that's Jesus, and Jesus is reason, the God of reason, the God of the Logos. Logic and reason infers one another. When we're speaking about human beings and from a biblical sense, and where our purpose comes from, because we was created in God's image. So this ability that we have to be logical, well, we can access logical abilities because we're created in God's image. We're the little g. So logic just acts as one of the divine rays, which human beings have access to, utilize. Morality acts as one of the divine rays, which humans have the ability to utilize. God is all good. God is not, he cannot contradict himself. So morality and logic is grounded in God's nature. It's part of God's ontology. So Christian ethics, through biblical scriptures, through church tradition, we can give an epistemic justification, meaning we can make coherent sense on why, for induction, which is divine providence. Why, for science, why today is going to be similar to yesterday. Why the past is similar to the future. Like the regularity in nature, we can give an epistemic justification for that. We can give an epistemic justification for the transcendental categories, like logic, reason, induction, deduction, predication, all of the things that gives us the ability to actually have knowledge. This will be the divine revelation, which is in biblical scriptures.
So I'm gonna throw out a perspective for you.
Sure.
All right.
Does that make sense now?
It does. It does. It definitely makes sense. All right. However, to throw a different perspective, right? I remember you made the claim earlier that minds are not universal, right? And to that, I could hold a certain agreement to that, right? Not everybody thinks the same thoughts. Everybody thinks differently, right? But then when we look at like for example, our emotions, right? Those are all like objectively real, and I would argue that they're very much the same. Like people feel anger, and there are clear like it's like anger is like the same within like all humans. Now there's different reasons on why people get upset.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything with morals and logic?
Well, because you made the argument. So what I'm trying to get at is that there is some kind of like objective concepts within like the human mind, right? And these emotions itself is not necessarily
what was it like to me, like logic, right? Because
So we wouldn't disagree.
Like, logic itself,
so
like logic itself was like, to me, like an evolutionary trait that we used in order to like think better, right? And to
yeah, so that's incoherent. Yeah, so real quick, I'll
like what do you, okay,
I'll
well,
give you.
let me
I'll give you a little lead here.
explain it real quick.
I'll give you some understanding here real quick. I would say I agree with some of the stuff you're saying. Like, you know, from a Christian sense, we say that, you know, like morality is kind of written on your heart, right? But I can give an epistemic justification for human beings to be moral. But then you go ahead and appeal to evolution, and evolution has nothing to do with getting from an is to an ought.
Wait, yeah. So like, okay, I'm just trying to make like an understanding of like I'm not necessarily using evolution as a means to justify like morality. More of like we can use it to justify like logic itself.
We can't, because evolution, if morals and logic, you can't have one without the other. Sure. So if you have one, you have the other. So when we're speaking about this and you're speaking about evolution, well, evolution cannot give if it can, please let me know. Please give some.
Okay. So like, let me like, okay. So let me put it to you in perspective. I don't know if you are necessarily like an evolution like believer guy or not, but from like my perspective itself, right?
Why do you believe in evolution?
It just makes the most sense, you know, in the sense, because when you look at humans and like traits themselves, right, we can see like microevolution today. Like there are multiple arguments, but the first one I'll make is like you can see microevolution today, like with the whole molar situation where like some humans have molars and some don't. And we can use this like idea that, oh yeah, we didn't necessarily need to bite so hard on food nowadays because like we cook it, and like humans change over time.
So real quick, again, microevolution, some of these things can be observed. We're speaking about if we have microevolution, this would infer that we have macroevolution. And macroevolution is what you need to give an epistemic justification for. Yeah. And it speaks about the Big Bang or us coming from apes or monkeys or stuff like that. Why would you believe in something like that? Real quick, I'll agree that I agree that, you know, evolution in the sense of like micro and us observing subtle changes of, subtle changes in the biology, I would say that, yeah, we observe these subtle changes, but we don't observe one category of species change into another category of species. We've never observed that.
Wait, okay, so yeah, sure, we might not have never.
We've never also observed we also never observed, a hand turn into a foot, or a heart turn into a pancreas.
Okay, so do you not think but do you not think that like with enough like microevolutions, like over hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, that it turned into a completely different species of what we see today?
No, that just doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur. It's a logical fallacy. It doesn't follow.
What
because you are, I'm sorry?
What logical fallacy is that?
It's the non sequitur, meaning that the claim you're making doesn't follow with the conclusion, right?
Why?
Because if it's the case that, yeah, we can observe, micro adaptation to things adapting, things changing, but on the micro, it doesn't mean on the macro that species are changing to other species, like a sea animal changed to a land animal, and that land animal changed into a human being that can speak sentences and build machines that fly out of space.
So these micro adaptations, right, that we both can like agree on, right? Those things are like those micro adaptations are it happens within our body because we realize we don't need certain things, or we do need certain things. Right, like people, like our bodies have kind of shifted to it. Like for the example I brought up earlier, we don't really have as many molars, right?
Yeah,
but when we
that's
look at like environments, right? Like there's a reason why we have like different like skin colors, because some people, they were evolved in certain parts of the world where like there was a lot more sun, and there was like people who, were like up in the European regions or whatever, like northern, where there was barely any sun, so they didn't really get like as much.
Okay, so here's what I'll do for you to make it simple. because you're getting off topic a little bit. So I'll grant it. Let's say that evolution is true. If it's the case that evolution is true, how does that get you to an ought? Evolution speaks about how things are. How do you get from an is to an ought if it's the case that evolution is true?
Okay, sure. Yeah. So like the way like we would look at like, so to break it down originally, right? The way I would like define purpose is like an end goal.
Wait, time out. But you're starting with something real quick. You're speaking about defining purpose.
Yeah,
Again,
I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it real quick.
But yeah, what is evolution to you?
It's like changes in how like the biology of somebody like changing over time.
So you got the evolution of life, human life, and then you also have the evolution of like the universe, like Big Bang. Normally they resort to like Big Bang theory, or they resort down to like the evolution of human life, which is that it starts with a random mutation, and then it goes into natural selection.
I know how evolution works.
Okay,
Yeah, I know how
so
evolution
how
works,
can if something is random, there's no purpose, no intention. So from the outset of things, if there's no purpose, no telos, no intention for anything, how then you get purpose? How do you get to morality in ought?
Wait. I wouldn't necessarily say that there's. Could you say that one more time, just so I have?
I'm granting it. Evolution is true. Now, please give me your epistemic justification for logic and also morality. Let's start with morality, though. So
we have like certain receptors in our brain, like dopamine, serotonin, these hormones.
Starting with receptors, I need you to start with evolution itself and what does it posit?
We gain these things because it helped us like survive better. Like we would eat food and it would pump serotonin in our body, right? And it was like a reward. It told us it was a good thing.
Does evolution start with random mutation?
Dog, I gotta finish if you want me to. Like, you can't get mad.
But you're starting like because you're manipulating yourself. Like manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root. If we're speaking about if I'm granting evolution, start with
these things. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like these things have created like an end goal for us of like how our minds work, right?
What does evolution start with? Is there a purpose from the for the outset of evolution? Is there a purpose? Yes or no?
You gotta let me finish, bro.
But is there a purpose? Answer one question. Is there a purpose to evolution?
Yeah, purpose in the sense of like changing us to survive better. Yeah.
Okay. The evolution is a theory, right?
Yeah,
the theory of got it. The theory of evolution to human life. Does it or does it not start with random mutation, molecules randomly mutating over time, and then it goes to natural selection, right? Which natural selection is just quality control. How does this
I don't know if it's random or not. Just to go on that point, I don't know if it's random or not.
Okay. It is random though. So you don't even know your own position.
How do we know that? Wait. Okay.
Google the theory of evolution. Does it start with random mutation?
Look, you gotta stop attacking, bro. All right. Like I'm actually trying to like figure and like learn from this shit. All right, dog. All right.
I mean, I already made the argument for God, so you should be a believer in God. I don't know why wouldn't you be? I made that perfectly.
Okay, congratulations. All right. Like, look, what I'm trying to get at, all right, is that I'm trying to have a simple discussion with you. All right. And you can't just like be going attacking me like that. All right. So chill the fuck out. All right.
One, don't cuss. And two, there's a hierarchy between things. It's my platform. I set the rules. So don't tell me to chill out. I need you to answer questions. I need you to actually chill out.
I get that. And I want to engage in like a good faith debate. But when you keep coming at me like sideways, throwing small comments here and there, bro.
Okay. Do this for me then. Go to Google real quick and type in the theory of evolution.
I can't do that right now.
Why can't you?
Not on my computer.
Just do it on your phone.
Am I gonna be able to hear you?
No, you'll be on pause. But like look it up, bro. Chat, this is what we deal with, man. This is what we dealing with, man.
Okay, and so what are you trying to get me to understand here?
I'm just trying to get you to understand the position that you're taking in regards to evolution. Does evolution?
You realize? Wait, you understand that like I can disagree with certain concepts about evolution, right?
You can, but the theory of evolution. Do you believe that evolution starts with random mutation? Yes or no?
I said that earlier. I don't know.
Okay, if you don't know, then you can't give an epistemic justification for morality or logic, bro. You just don't know.
Yeah, bro. I've been trying to, but you keep taking the conversation elsewhere, bro. You can't. Holy
Listen,
shit.
I'll be honest with you. You seem, real quick, let me say something to you real quick.
Can I just give my full argument?
I'll say something to you real quick.
Can I just give my full argument?
I got you real quick. My argument is the transcendental argument for God, and I'm not even the best at it, but you do seem curious. So I would recommend you to someone like a Jay Dyer or a Jim Bob, someone that does the transcendental argument for God much better than I do, where maybe I'm not, helping you understand, but maybe if you watch some of their content, you'll understand. Or maybe if you just watch this podcast back live on YouTube, you can go ahead and watch it back on YouTube, like rewind it back via YouTube, No Fugazee Podcast. Maybe you'll understand, but it seems like you're curious, man. So it could be some hope for you, but I got to get to the next caller, bro. Have a blessed one. Yeah, like you seem curious. So, maybe there's some hope there. But I explained things so simple to you and you still didn't get how logic and morality can only be grounded in God. All of your arguments did not give an account for the possibility to logic or morality to even exist. All the philosophers know the problem is the is and ought problem. The is and ought gap. That's the problem. It's a problem in philosophy. How do you get from how things are to how things should be? Well, if it's evolution and there's no creator, there's no purpose, no telos for anything, everything is just random, things changing over time, well, that type of worldview cannot get you from an is to an ought. That worldview can only speak about how things are. But if you have a creator worldview, you believe in God, specifically the Christian God, there you have the ability, you can give an epistemic justification for the possibility of morality and logic. All right, Chad. All right, Me streaming for 4 hours. I'm about to wrap up. Tomorrow's stream, man. We got a crazy debate tomorrow. Let me go ahead and stop sharing this. Let me go ahead and share this real quick with you guys. We got a fire debate tomorrow. It's actually going to be two people that I respect, Marquette versus Jay Dyer. Two people that I respect. Of course, I have a closer relationship with Marquette. I met Jay Dyer once. Also had him on my platform. But I think that this debate is going to be pretty good. I think, of course, there's going to be biases from me as the moderator. I would say that. But I'm going to try my best to be unbiased. Like, I know Marquette personally, so could be a bias there. I agree with Dyer's, we follow Christianity, so we have, the same belief. So there's going to be a bias there. But that would kind of equal it out, since there'd be like a bias that I'll have is going to be me to be a good moderator and to moderate the debate accordingly to where we can actually have a deep, thought-provoking conversation and actually get something out of it. Right? And the crazy thing is, it wasn't me that asked. This is a debate that I'd never even thought would even happen. I never even thought that they would even debate. I'm like, why would they debate? I never even thought that would happen, but it was you guys that requested it. It's all of the people DMing me over the past month and a half, all of the comments on X, Instagram, YouTube. But let me go ahead and bring this up real quick for you guys. Do it this way, and let's click right here. So here's the debate that's going down tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, live on No Fugazee Podcast. Everybody go in here and like this. Damn, it already got 67 likes, and we ain't even start the debate yet. All right, cool. So you guys are definitely interested in this debate. This should be a good one too. So, yeah, go in here and like this video. Click the notification icon, the bell icon, so you're notified of when we go live. It will be 7 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be Wednesday, August 19th. And it's going to be a good debate, man. Good debate. Going to be, semi-formal. Let me see if I can go over with you guys, because I know you guys are curious about this debate here. Let me see if I can pull up. And all the folks on TikTok, I'm just live right now on YouTube. For the TikTok folks, peace. Come on over to YouTube. I'm out. I'm about to wrap up anyway. Let me see if I can find the... Yeah, I want to go over the debate format and stuff with you guys, because I sent it over to Marquette and Jay Dyer already. So for this debate, the debate is going to be, is Christianity true and good for all people, right? It's going to be 5-minute opening and closing statements, 15 minutes for cross-examination on both sides, and then 30-minute open dialogue and back and forth. Now, we can obviously extend this out. If they want to extend the open dialogue back and forth portion of it, they can go ahead and extend that out. But for the 15 minutes of the cross-examination, I think we'll keep it at 15 minutes unless they both agree for like a longer cross-examination. Then yeah, and cross-examination is basically one party is going to be asking questions. They're going to be cross-examining the other party's position. So they're going to be asking questions. The other party is going to be answering it. So, yeah, that's what we got. It's going to be a good debate, man. Good debate. Now, some of you people, you may be like, wow, man, this is interesting. Because I've been reading some of the comments a little bit, right? We got the Jay Dyer fans. We got the Marquette fans. That's good that both of you are. I'm fans of both of them too. But as far as Marquette, you do not want to sleep on Marquette. He's a smart individual, never to be slept on. As far as Jay Dyer, for the people that's watching, right, the different fan base, you don't want to sleep on Jay Dyer. He's not a type of debater to be slept on. So both folks, I believe, have some educational background in philosophy. So it's going to be a good one. I don't really know what to expect, right? My expectations of this sort, like when it came to the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate, like I had some expectations. Like I already knew that, like, bro, Andrew is just a logician. He's going to, catch her in many logical fallacies. He's going to, make some arguments that she's not really going to have any sound evidence or proof of. And her claims is based off of like proof and evidence. And then it's also, I'm like, well, Candace Owens, and she's a good speaker, a fast speaker as well. She's going to have the ability to convey herself during the debate from an optics perspective that can give her an advantage as far as the normies out there watching. As far as the topic that they were debating, I also had expectations. Like, man, this topic, how can it really be a winner and a loser off of this topic? We don't, from my perspective, we don't really know if Tyler Robinson did it, but could he be a patsy? He could be, but what's the evidence for that? I don't really see any evidence for that. But as far as the United States government and, you know, their involvement in other countries' involvement with, or nations' involvement with assassinations in America, it's like I don't really trust what's going on here when it came to the whole Charlie Kirk shooting. So it's like I'm 50-50. So that's me giving you guys my observation of the Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debate. I was kind of knew what to expect. Kind of knew Andrew Wilson was going to win on these points. Candace Owens could have a possibility to win on these other points. When it comes to Marquette and Jay Dyer, I don't have any expectations. Because both people are extremely smart. I'm here to moderate. All right? So, with that being said, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are looking forward to it tomorrow. I'm actually more excited for this debate than I was for the Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debate. I'm more excited for this debate because I'd never even expected this debate to happen. You guys asked for it. So, with that being said, this podcast was No Fugazi. Tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for this debate here, right up on the screen. It's going to be a good one. And peace. I'm out.
No Fugazi.